No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisan's word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political men in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There winner out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that
Charles Taylor is the problem. He will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the Boyka's administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got kept the rule, small, B rule, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Happy New Year to you. I've been away for a year. I am back. I miss you guys while I was at home, the motherland, doing for you what many folks expect that we do. We bring you the facts, we give you the numbers, we do the citations, and we report and you decide. One thing that we are not going to do is we are not going to cross discipline. I am not going to come out here to diagnose, because that is the job of people who are into that industry, trained to do so. I also want to warn you that my opinion on here are those of mine and do not reflect necessarily on the administrative decisions of this body. TCA is an industry by itself. It is an organization that is managed by well-meaning men and women. Their positions will be made clear and published. But opinions expressed on this platform are those of our guests, our panelists, and not necessarily the opinion of the closing argument. Some will say that the closing argument is a liberal, left-leaning platform, and rightfully so based on our guests, our content. But I, personally, I am a conservative. I espouse those views that align with my views and understanding of my own belief system. And you are at liberty to disagree with me vehemently. And it is quite understood. We are going to delve into several issues based on my understanding, visitation, and consultation with different embassies, international partners, cross sections of our Liberian community, the common people, the commoners in different counties and the Republic of Liberia. And at some point, I'm going to bring you some of the issues what we observe factually. They will be raw, and you can interpret it for what it is. Today, we are going to be focusing on a particular subject exclusively. When the rest of our panelists join us within an hour or so, we are going to be focusing on the SONA, State of the Nation, addressed by His Excellency President Joseph Yuma Boakai, Sr. The importance of the speech, whether it is factual or imagined, is our president up to the task of being president of a nation? Or is he being staged, managed by the political elites in Liberia, those who belong to the political class, whose interests he represents? We are going to be looking at some of the conversation behind the scene when the president himself was at the podium, looking confused and looking for his hat. And asking for a pointer. When and what should he do to begin the process? Should I tell them to sit? And a handler came and told him, yes, tell them to sit down. And he obliged. Ladies and gentlemen, you can have your seats. We are going to be delving into the response from the ANC. Like him or not, you have to give honorable comments, his flower while he's alive on this particular issue. He was brisk, analytical, factual. Basically, Honorable Cummings is saying, keep your World Bank, your IMF numbers. You are saying the nation's economy grew 4.6%. It grew only on what you are reading on paper. But when you go down Jalatown or you go down to the Nancy Do market, or you go down to the red light, or you go to Douala. No one on the ground other than the political elites. Yes, if you talk to Darrell Dillon, if you talk to my congressman, Matthew Joe, if you talk to my own friend, Besson Garfinley, you talk to Nyobli Kanga, oh yes, the economy grew exponentially. So yes, the president is correct. He didn't say for whom the economy grew. I was in Liberia for the Christmas and the New Year, the entire holiday season. I was driving around, talking to folks from Bassa to Mangibi, Kakata, Smell No Taste, Red Light, all the way to Mama Point. I was warned to say, getting into Monrovia, Mr. Gayman, from Habel will take you maybe 2 to 3 hours because of the traffic. And when we got into Monrovia, we went through red light and there were nobody. Literally. There were market stalls full all over the place on both aisles, both sides of the aisle. There were more marketeers than buyers. And Johnny, a friend of mine that was driving, Johnny said, Mr. Gayman, this is unusual. Driving through red light in less than 20 minutes. So we pulled over and talked to a few folks. Market women, market men, pen boys. People are saying, Mr. Gayman, nobody is buying. We talked to one security officer who says they have not been paid for the holiday. But yet those who are in the upper echelon of Liberian society in government got paid. It is not as though Christmas is an emergency. We knew that Christmas is coming 12 months in advance. From January 1, we knew that Christmas is coming in December and New Year is coming. Yet and still, our government fails to take care of those at the very bottom of the totem pole. But yet the president in Sona said the economy is strong. We will delve into that. And let's talk about the moral decay of the Liberian society. I consider myself member of Liberian moral majority, fearless in our stand to protect the more vulnerable among us. That's women and children and the powerless against those powerful forces that are running our country. And I will give you a typical example when I was in Liberia, one that pains me to the core. the sodomy of a child by Bon Jala. I am not going to say alleged because that's what the law says he did. Where was or where is my own brother, Reverend Dr. Samuel Reeves, who's supposed to be the voice of the Christian majority? Where is our friend from the other side, Imam Krayi of the Islamic community? Where is he? The moral decay of our nation, if there were any morality at all. Most Liberians are conflicted. You cannot only care for the country politically, but morally, you are bankrupt. Because you know someone who knows someone, or a friend of yours, or family member is involved. Where is our moral compass when our babies are being raped? Our boys are being sodomized. Now we cannot only talk about protecting our girls. We have been fixated on our girls, not knowing that our boys was as risk as our girls are. The moral decay of a nation. Where is our moral compass, if there were any? Let's talk about governance, not just governance, but bad governance. I remember during the campaign, my senator for Grand Bassa County told the folks when the country was arguing, where is Mr. Joseph Boakai? When is he going to go on the campaign trail? Is he going to go from state to state or county to county to every hamlet of the Republic of Liberia? She said, and I quote, he doesn't need to campaign. We will do the campaigning for him. Basically, we want him to loan us his name, and we will take it from there. Today, it is self-evident that the president is being stage managed by reading whatever is put before him. I was in the circle of some friends, international friends, when they made a joke of the president's speech at the UN General Assembly, when he pledged $5 billion over $8 billion, I think, over 5 years to empower women in Liberia. Who does that? Who wrote that speech? The president read that. President being stage managed. The president handlers and his cyber protection unit are scrambling now with the 70,000 jobs created by the government. One just texted me and said, the president said 70,000, but it doesn't mean the government created 70,000. The 70,000 include private sector, etc., etc. Let's look at this monstrosity of a bill called the Port Autonomy Bill. Like I told you earlier, it is a plethora of issues, but we are going to focus when the guys come on the SONA. And I want us to particularly pay attention to Honorable Cummings' response. In-depth, critical, factual, numbers, deductive reasoning. Honorable Cummings, I do not usually praise you, but you have set yourself apart from all else. Your response Honorable Cummings, your response is a classic. It's going to go down in history as one of the best analytical critiques I have seen in a long time. Like him or not, you have to compare and contrast the talking heads. Honorable Cummings, he talked about our education neglect of our healthcare sector. And most damning of his critique is the president's signature claim that he has held every position in the nation. He has worked at LPMC. He was Minister of Agriculture. So pillar number one under President Joseph Walker's plan. The A in the arrest is agriculture. So Honorable Cummings is saying, how then, if agriculture is pillar number one in your administration, how come we are slashing the budget for agriculture, but yet subsidizing rice import in the hundreds of millions? There is a dichotomy in thinking and in thoughts. How can you look the Liberian people in the eye with a straight face and say life has gotten better? Thank God that 99.9% of Liberians do not have internet. To see and listen to the deception from the pape, the deacon, the deacon, the deacon. And then I will give you an example. When I was in Liberia, I received an invitation to monitor and serve as a platform guest for a debate at the University of Liberia, the Avon Sawyer School of Social Sciences. And the topic of the debate was, should education be totally free in the Republic of Liberia? Pros and cons. A very interesting topic. I accepted to moderate the debate. I picked up the phone upon the receipt of the invitation, and I invited Mr. Honorable Victor Nagbe to accompany me to the University of Liberia in Finel, I guess they call that. We found our way on campus. A few minutes later, the debate began. Both sides, pro and cons, were introduced and ably represented by young men and women of the Republic of Liberia, the next generation of thinkers, or leaders. As the debate dragged on, the pro-free education made a case that education should be free because it is a right and not a privilege. To which I agree. Every child should be educated in Liberia based on the fact that it is their right. On the con side, the group said, anything that is free is not value. Anything that is free has no value to its recipients. So education should be paid for in some form, so the recipients of education can appreciate what it is that they are fighting for. In essence, the cons were saying Liberia should not be or descend into a welfare state where everything is handed out, is expected to be given to you without the right to earn it. So they are saying, like the old commercial when I was living in New York from E.F. Houghton, he said, we make our money the old-fashioned way. We earn it. We work for it. So the cons were saying, listen, not that we do not want free education in this country, but it should not be totally free because we need to earn our educational path the right way, the honest way, the old-fashioned way. We should earn it. This is a topic that we will reserve for another time so we can discuss the pros and cons of everything being totally free. Should education be totally free in the Republic of Liberia? Massive public education as it was done during the Protestant Reformation, according to Martin Luther. Or should we use the Catholic model, where quality education is gained through earnest living? When Bishop Warner, may his soul rest in peace, when he visited me here in Florida, he said, Mr. Gayman, he says, I was poor. He said, when the missionary took me from Nagbe, something that came to the Trails of Tears in America, when the indigenous Indians were removed from their homes and moved to reservation camps in the Dakotas and Oklahoma, and their transition was called the Trails of Tears. Many died on the way. Bishop Warner said when that contract with Firestone was signed, he said those of the Mamban people that were in that particular area, we were forcibly, our parents were forcibly removed. He said as they were being moved, the tears, their ancestral shrines and everything have been bequeathed to the corporate elites. He says, I was fortunate to have been taken by the United Methodist Church in the Ganta area, where I lived and earned my education by living with the missionaries and working to earn my education. He said, this is why my education means everything to me, because I have put in my sweat, tears, and blood. I'm trying to juxtapose the pros and the cons of free education. Should it be totally free because it is our birthright? Or should we attach something that will make it memorable and worthwhile, that we appreciate? But one thing that struck me, and I think when Victor Nagbe comes on, he himself will opine on that. Every child, I call them child because they were, young men and women in their early 20s. Every child in that room was faced with a question that I asked. And I began with the pros, those who want education to be totally free. My question to the captain, the team leader, was, how do we pay for total free education in the Republic of Liberia? Same question was posed to the cons. The team captain for the pro-education came to approach the podium with confidence, the exuberance of knowledge. And she said, and I quote, our government should turn to our international partners to fund our education. These are the leaders of tomorrow, thinkers. I turned to the cause and I said, how do you pay for whatever education that we have? And the gentleman said, the international community at least should fund our free education. There's enough goodwill out there to educate the entire nation. You see the drift, you see where I'm going. From 1822, when the settlers arrived, oftentimes they will sit by the Dew River until the naval ship came around and delivered the welfare goods, cheese, powdered milk, whatever it is that could be had. While few began to farm, especially those from the Caribbean. Most of those that came from mainland United States would sit and wait for the naval ships to come monthly to bring rations. So much so that some even forgot that there was a soil on which they were sitting. I'm giving you a historical context, historical data. From 1822 to 2026, that's 204 years, if my math is correct. Generations later, at the university level, generations after 204 years of existence, a generation that was never around, as though it is genetic. It is in our sinews that we should just sit around and ask the United Nations, the European Union, the Americas, ask anybody willing to give you something free. I, as a proud Liberian, I thought I would have heard our resources should fund, first and foremost, our education, our health care, and our well-being. Then whatever comes from the international community becomes supplementary. But because we were founded, raised, and nurtured as a dependent people, it seeped into our DNA. Generations later, young men at the highest level of thinking at the University of Liberia saying that our educational healthcare system, we should ask, we should appeal to the international community to fund our education system. What does this say about the future of the Republic of Liberia? These are men and women to whom we are going to bequeath our nation. This is why the critique of this government by Honorable Cummings makes sense. If the leader of our nation, if the president of our nation, the political elites, the ruling class of Liberia that lives and resides only in the Republic of Monrovia, is telling you that even though you are dying from hunger, you are dying from curable diseases, simple curable diseases, Even though you are giving birth in the streets, the president and the elite ruling class of Liberia are telling us that your lived experience doesn't matter. But you should see the Liberian economy through the lenses of the ruling class. Their economy grew 4.6%. President Joseph Walker tried to convince the woman at red light, Jockman Town, Point 4, Nuclear Town, the government market in Grand Bassa County, in Buchanan, in Vanjima, in Foya, in Congo, Grand Cape Mount County, Tottenberg, one of the most dilapidated places in the Republic of Liberia. They want those people to believe, as Waka and his clique believe, that their economy and their lot has improved. If you work for the government and you are down as a civil servant, you make $100, $150, $140, $80. If you make that, you never got paid. By the time the month ends, you are in the red. The political elites want you to believe that your life has gotten better. Your economy has grown. Your life has improved. Few months ago, you were here when many of the supporters of this government, and there are many, even those who don't actually support the government or the policies of this government. It is not personal. It is factual. They have men and women hired as regime defenders on every platform. Their job is to attack personally, professionally, at any means necessary, and anyone who says something contrary. Even one supporters and bulldog of this administration, Mr. Henry Costa himself, was a victim. Henry Costa, one of the men that put his life and his neck on the line to have my own countryman, Darrell Dillon, elected. Darrell Dillon and Yoli Kanga Cyber Protection Brigade went after him fearlessly. Fearlessly. Hopefully, Professor Larry Kennedy can come and join us. I want to read a little thing that he wrote. Then I will preface that by talking about another piece written by Honorable Sylvester Pewee. I report and you decide. You heard that before. Professor Kennedy wrote the fact that people are even floating the idea of an 86-year-old JMB running for re-election in 2029 makes this post hit even harder. At some point, he says, we have to let this man retire. The average Liberian is less than half his age. Wow. I just watched Costa Facebook comments on Dylan Yombly and the president's advisor. And honestly, that was really deep. Also, if it is true that they don't pay agents to attack Costa's deceased mother, then that tells you everything you need to know about how personal Liberia political climate has become. He said Liberia has become, if it had any morality, it is a complete moral collapse. I think earlier I talked about the decadence of morality in the Republic of Liberia. The professor, the learned professor himself said, this is the collapse of a society. And he went on to say, I also knew removing Talu was a clear violation of the Central Bank of Liberia Act, yet it slipped through without serious legislative oversight, no debate, no accountability, no consequences for the violations of our laws. Man, Liberia will not develop until it confronts its governance failure head on. You cannot build a nation on lawlessness by the president, silence by the legislators, and intimidation by the political rivals. It always catches up with the nation. This will not end well. Let me welcome the Honorable J. Victor Nagbe, CMC General Global. How you doing, sir?
Hey, Mr. Gayman, it is good to be with you. I'm glad to be back, and Happy New Year to you on set. I think this is our first time meeting on set since last year, but it's good to be back, and welcome back as well to you. Let me welcome our audience as well. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was the voice of the great progressive J. Victor Nagbe. I had the pleasure of being in the Republic of Liberia with Victor Nagbe. We travel clandestinely around the country, talking to actual people.
And did we have fun or what? I mean, we had such a great time.
Well, I know one of the big men in Liberia said, "Oh, this is Jerome Gayman and this is Nagbe." What did he say? What did he say?
Well, first he passed us along. We were going in and he was coming out.
That's right.
I was in shorts. I think you were in sweatpants.
Yeah.
Not your usual student thing. So he passed us, and then later on he came in and we're in the conference room and he joined us. Then we were introduced. Oh, these are the people. But yeah, it was good, man. It was good going back. Yeah. I'm glad we made the trip together.
What we are saying is, the gentleman said, "You guys fooled me." He said, "This is a perfect disguise."
He did.
If we were looking for you, we had no clue who you were. He said, "But it's an honor to see you guys together." He said, "But look at me."
And let me catch Sylvester Pewee come on here and can't talk about we were hiding and we were afraid. No, we were just having a good time. So I know you were saying when he comes on here, but it's all good. We met quite a number of quite interesting people too along the way. I know you and I, we met some of the people together, and then we met some of them separately. I ran into the Deputy Minister for Information, Daniel Sando. Daniel Sando, I met, and I ran into George Lobo, and a couple of other guys. And I'm sure you and I ran into Jeff Blibo, the commissioner, I think, for investment, the investment commissioner at the backyard of the executive mansion, on the grounds of the executive mansion.
Excellent. So, gentlemen, when you are doing research of any kind, and you want to talk to the people who are affected, or you want to feel the pulse of the economy, you do not go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or go to Finance Ministry or the Central Bank, ask them, how the economy is doing. The guys they are in their plush offices, they're driving a $100,000 car, bulletproof security. What do you think they're going to tell you? Things are good.
They're good. Things are all peachy.
Yes. So let's go to something that Honorable Sylvester Pewee wrote, a critical meeting.
Yeah.
Memories of President Joseph Boakai, 70,000 jobs created in 2 years. By Sylvester K. Pewee, Executive Director, New Progressive Movement of Liberia.
There you go. Another political leader.
But before I go to this, I want us to pay tribute to Honorable Alexander Cummings. His response to the SONA is a class act. I don't know if you have read it. His comments.
I haven't, but I know Alex is very thoughtful. I've read some of the commentaries. I didn't read the entire thing, but I read some of the commentaries, and I've read some of the quotes that some of our ANC friends have extracted from the statement. And yes, Alex is he's very thoughtful. I give him that. The CMC, ANC, and so I understand his response was very thoughtful and very measured. But I'll be remiss if I also don't talk about the CMC response. We also gave our response hours after the SONA yesterday. So yes, right now we'll talk about ANC, but I hope we'll have time to talk about what the CMC said as well. But for now, yes.
Can you pull up the CMC's report on your phone, on your gadget?
Yeah.
If possible, Can you please do that? To our audience, if you belong to any political party, this is non-political here, this is non-partisan. If your political party have put up a response, please put it in the chat box here, the chat room, or send it to us directly so we can put it. We are not here to sing praises to CMC or to ANC or to the opposition. We are talking about the merit.
Yeah.
One that caught my attention too was the one from Taiwan. He said the president made a lot of claims in the SONA speech today that are factually untrue. The speechwriter lied in the speech, and it implicated the president.
Yeah, I saw what Ty wrote, and then our own Sam Jackson, I was tagged in one of his banners. He make these banners on Facebook, social media, and he was also speaking to the fact that the claim that the president made, I think most of the people were really concerned about the 70,000 jobs that the president reported. I think a lot of people are finding it very difficult to accept that data as factual. I think that one we spoke to that. But yeah, I woke up this morning and I was tagged by one of my friends, my UP friends, telling me we should fire Sam Jackson from the CMC because he's misrepresenting and miscalculating. So Sam did a more detailed. We were just on a call, and Sam stands by what he wrote. And if you listen to the argument he made, and you put that and juxtapose that on the argument that Sylvester is making, that Taiwan Way and others are making, I think they're all making the same point, that the president's assertion is fluffy. There's a lot of fluff in it. And if you take out the fat, you will not have anywhere near the number that the president was quoting in that statement. I think this is the theme that most everyone is talking about.
Well, you know, like I'm saying, I want you to please pull up the CMC response so we can address that. But these are the things that we are talking about. We are also going to cover at some point during the week or subsequent time the degradation of our national treasure. One in particular, because I serve on this committee, is our burial sites. I think I spoke to you briefly on this. I was serving on a committee where they wanted us to identify the burial sites of Liberian presidents, past presidents and vice presidents.
Yes.
And it was embarrassing to have a Liberian on that committee, where we could not find the burial sites of our former president. If President Joseph Boakai is president number 25 or 26, and Joseph Boakai is alive, Ellen Johnson is alive, President Weah is alive, Charles Taylor is alive, we should be able to find the graves of 22 former presidents. And even more vice presidents. But to the dismay and the chagrin of those of us who were on there, we became the butt of jokes. The Zogos ran us out of the Joseph Jingy Robert grave.
You got my wife laughing.
The Zogo ran us out of that. Even the Marines that were let's get out of here. The grave, what we see on social media and photographs, those are photos that may have been taken a long time ago of the grave site of Joseph J. Roberts. We got over there. It has been overgrown, desecrated, and looking bad. It got to the point where we were being surrounded by these people were coming, you know, just like the Michael Jackson thriller, the video.
The zombies, right?
Zombies were coming from everywhere. And all of a sudden we saw these people coming from everywhere and got to time to get out of here. We left Joseph Chingy Ramos right where he was.
So then, let me ask you this. This is one thing that, and I want your opinion on this. The president spoke about this in the SONA. And he talked about relocating Palm Grove Cemetery from Center Street. I think I have to agree with him on that. I don't know if probably they should fence it off or just relocate the whole thing from its current location. But what do you think about that call?
Honorable Nagbe, you are a student of history. You are a politician par excellence. That conversation had been around since Talbot days when President Boakai was wherever he was in the
probably 80s. LPMC or LPRC
right.
or wherever.
1980, when the coup came over, he was Major Boakai. This thing has been around. Charles Taylor came, Judy Bryant came, Ellen Johnson, Seleke came, Weah came. So what we are talking about, when we are talking about, we're not even accusing him because that's why, when we are talking about someone being stage managed. Yeah. Okay. Do you need do you need any special, even a president of his stature can move the cemetery by executive order? There's nothing that requires the president to go to Congress and have it passed into law and all of that. This is the right thing to do. Nobody.
Well, you know, talking about being stage managed, right? I'm sorry, I hope I didn't cut. But there are clips circulating of what happened yesterday. Did you see what happened?
Of course, you heard the microphone.
Yes.
The woman said, "Give me my hat." You know it's hot out here. Then he asked the people, "What should I do?" They said, "Should I tell her to sit down?" And the one said, "Yeah."
The president had a hot mic, but it was looking like, I mean, is that what it's supposed? I mean, anyway, I don't want to be petty, but I was surprised.
No. This is not pettiness. This is scrutiny. When the folks say your argument will crumble on the scrutiny, this is what it is. Okay, it is self-evident that something is lacking.
Yeah.
But you and I know what it is. If the president can go to the United Nations General Assembly and pledge $5 billion, $8 billion for women empowerment.
Well, just for women empowerment.
Yes. In front of an educated crowd. Yeah. Everybody was scratching their head, but what is the budget for this country? The $600 million. So how do you remember that there is a meme or a little caricature cartoon when you go to be scratching, you know, the guy scratching his head like that, you know, everybody posts that sometimes. That the people in the UN was saying, what's the budget of Liberia again?
You know, I hope we'll have time to talk about what is happening in Minnesota with your boy Bambino and the rest of them, but this is where Trump would say, where's the money, Joe? You know how he used to talk to Biden, like Biden was out of it entirely. Where'd you get this from, Joe?
Listen, you know where I stand on the immigration issue. We discussed that. Yes. But yes, a country that has a national budget revenue of $600 million is pledging $8 billion.
Yeah. I think 8.4.
Yeah, right. And here you are, and the people are wondering how, where, you know.
How is that possible? Is that Backonomics?
Yeah, Backonomics. So here we are. Somebody wrote it, so he read it. Okay, someone wrote it. They put it before him. He read it, just like the speech today. The president is saying the state of the economy of the Republic of Liberia is strong, as evidenced by the growth of our 4.6 and to grow 5.1% in the next year. So, and reading all these numbers and throwing 70,000 job creation out there.
Yeah.
So folks are saying, where are the jobs? At least
where is the beef?
Yeah. When you go back to Walter Mondale, his political campaign against George Bush. So the old lady come out and Burger King and bought a burger and looking at it, but where's the beef?
Where's the beef?
For those of you who are very young, you don't understand, but this is what it is. Where is the beef?
Where's the beef?
So this is what we are talking about. If you were to come out and say we created 40, 50, 60, 70,000 jobs, it would be good to say we created 20,000 jobs in education. We hired 20,000 teachers, verifiable. We hired 10,000 nurses or 15,000 nurses, 1,000 each county, 15,000 nurses. We hired 20,000 teachers. These can be verified. Go to CSA, wherever they are, and see where they are. But instead, you just throw an exact number, exact 70,000, not 69, 7101, exact 70,000.
And I hope Sylvester Pewee will come on and talk about his write-up. I like what he wrote, like you said, we'll talk about it. But I tell you this, like I said, I woke up this morning and I was being tagged all over the place. One of my UP surrogates is telling me that part of the job is what they call induced jobs. And I'm saying, what? What is induced job? So he said, if you go to Starbucks and you buy coffee, and because you buy too much coffee and the Starbucks people decide to employ other people, that job has been induced. So I said, but then how do you quantify that without speculating? This is crazy. They're talking about 10% job to be created from yellow machine that are not even in the country yet. And this is the president.
They said, I heard they're returning the yellow machine.
Oh, that will create jobs. So somebody got to send it back, right?
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking. It is so comical that, some things the American man said, you cannot make this stuff up, man.
No, you can't make this stuff up.
It is either these people think that the Liberian community or the Liberian society is so dumb that they will regurgitate whatever they say and just go with it. It is unbelievable.
Yes, what a B word to use. We are so gullible. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. We take anything and everything they give us.
Anything they say, you have, for instance, they have the cyber team, the cyber attack team that just went after
keyboard warriors.
That just went after Costa and anybody else that says anything. And comments come out. I want to say what it said about honorabilities or comment, and we'll discuss the different.
Yeah, I just sent it to you.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it came out right when you check your WhatsApp. If it doesn't, then let me know. I will find another way. If the need be for us to put it on the screen. But yeah, let's talk about Alex when you're done. Let's talk about what the CMC said today. I give Alex credit for being very thoughtful. What is ANC? Let's not make it an individual effort.
No.
But I saw some of the snippets. Like I said, I didn't read the whole thing. And the question he's asking, he's just making it very simple. If the economy is growing by 5.1% and people don't go to bed on full stomach, something to that effect, then they're not feeling the growth in the economy, something like that. And I think that is spot on.
Even Sam Jackson, you can say all you want to say, but to my friends in the UP, if you want to stuck with the facts, it is almost impossible to defeat fact or argue facts.
Yeah.
Or against it. You can argue your opinion, which is good, but when the number like 70,000 to defend, 70,000 to say there is a different color now in the economic echelon of society that called induced jobs.
And Jerome, this is coming a month or two after the vice president and the president himself at the last cabinet meeting. They were both lamenting the number one area of the struggle, which is job creation. I'm talking about not even quite 3 months ago. And to come back with this in the president's state of the nation, that 70,000 jobs have been created. How?
Look, I think you were around when George H.W. Bush said Michael Dukakis's number or the number from the Democratic Party was nothing but, Ronald Reagan attacked George Bush, and George Bush said it has to be voodoo economics.
That was Bush Senior.
Yeah.
He said
it has to be, because you can't. There's no way it's possible. Unless you're making some kind of voodoo where it would just pop up, genie pop up from the box. 70,000. Do you know what it is that if the government, let's say the government of Liberia, they say the employment number now in government employees about 75,000 formally. And if you added another 70,000, That's almost 200,000 job, high-paying job for people in an economy that is, 1 million people capable of working, and you got like 25% of your entire workforce is employed. That is almost full employment.
That's right.
For you to sit there and say, we created extra 70,000 jobs. Somebody told the president to just read it. Don't worry about it. They won't say anything. Just read it.
Yeah. Well, and that's why in recent times they are referred to on this side as alternative facts. I think that speech was full of a lot of alternative facts. And Sylvester pointed this out in his writer. Sam Jackson pointed the same. What is the reliance? What is the basis on which when the Bureau, the Ministry of Labor, in our instance, here is the Bureau of Labor Statistics, but in Liberia we have the Ministry of Labor. They don't have any data, no statistics on employment labor records. So how are they getting these figures? Where are they from? You know, how do they come up with these these conclusions, these numbers? Where are they getting that from? And so Sam Jackson was making the argument that they're depending on, I think, the World Development Initiative or something, I forgot it, but they're depending on a third party, which in this depends on the facts from the local government, which the local government doesn't have.
Of course, it is the World Development Index,
exactly,
the WDI,
right?
That is so a group of guys who sits in a foreign country and ask the government for numbers. And the thing is that you and I, and I'm going to say this again because you and I went from ministry to ministry to ascertain some of the facts.
Yeah.
And you and I had somebody who was willing, had the finances to invest. And we went to the Ministry of Lands and Mines, and the whole 2 weeks that we were around there, we couldn't get answer to anything, not a piece of paper, zip.
No. And then we ran up smack into the commissioner on investment.
Mm-hmm.
And he was telling the same thing. I expect him to give us his card or something, or point us to some kind of website. He was telling us, no, you got to come to the commission. It's a big. He was making this sign. It's a big
book.
Big book. Then you take what you want.
I said, but Honorable, I used to be vice president for the Chamber of Commerce here in Florida, and I'm saying, do you have a packet? Because every time someone came to visit us, we had a packet like this, right? We had a packet, we give it to you, and in that packet, it has business registration, it has information on everything else.
Right.
All the data you need there, including you fill it out, the same day you get your business registered. I asked the gentleman, I said, do you have a packet, even a brochure, a website where we can download? He said, no.
Exactly. Yeah. No, you gotta physically come to the commission. And I remember you asking him, but this is my friends, some of them are in Florida, and do they need to really? They have to travel over here to come to the commission and get it documented. He said, yeah. They, you have to physically come to the commission.
He said, then go through it. The one you want to take it and make copy.
Exactly.
It's a big book. You got. And I'm saying, this is the investment commission.
Yeah.
Now, we're not talking about the little people now. We're talking about the investment commissioner himself.
Yeah. That's the commission that is supposed to attract people, encourage and bring invest. Go out there and be tip-top sharp and appeal to people and hook them and bring them into the country. And I was just standing there, I'm glad we ran into him. My wife had a meeting at the mansion, the Yola people, they had the diaspora return meeting. And so we just happened to run into him. And I was saying, but this is a wonderful opportunity. Well, in less than 5 minutes of talking to the young man, I was like, you know what? I'm glad we didn't take up time from our schedule to go to this man's office, because that would have been a big time waste, in my opinion. You know, I don't know if they don't understand this, but these are some of the things that are stifling, progress in our country. In this day and age, Jerome, where governments are toppled on social media, people are maximizing on social media. The kind of reach that social media has. I'm shocked that our people haven't understood that. You know, and this is why they're still, jet setting and traveling from place to place on private jets. When most of these meetings they go to can be done virtually. It's just really, I was just shocked. Even the guys who came to meet us at Mama Point Hotel, they came to us with nothing written down. These are supposed to be consultants to advise you on how to invest. The guy can grab a big bottle of beer, you are having a good time, and I'm saying to him, "Where's your car?" You say, "You have any car?" You say, "Maybe you're in a car. I gotta go find it." I say, "Okay, Jerome, this is not going anywhere."
Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome Mozart Dennis, as usual.
Oh yeah, Mozart is the man.
One of the best that Liberia has ever produced.
One of the best.
We need to maybe pay a visit to Minnesota and go into his archive.
Yeah.
Honorable Dennis.
I'm sure you will have a thing or two to say about his boy Philip Brown, but anyway. That'll be for another day.
Honorable Mozart, there's something that went on in Liberia a week or two, maybe just after we left. And if you are a photojournalist, I say I want to nominate that photographer, whoever he or she is. When that business was on fire and people went in there and they were looting from the store.
Yeah.
And this young lady picked up a refrigerator all by herself and walking and running with it. And the photographer snapped the photo. Perfect shot.
Yeah. Yeah.
That photo went viral.
It did.
The power of desperation.
Yeah.
The power of depravity. The power of lack of opportunity.
Yeah.
All was captured in one shot.
And that's why I kept thinking, where did she get a strength to pick that thing up? And she was moving with it.
And that's a woman.
That's the desperation you're talking about.
That is a society that is desperate.
Yeah.
That will run into a fire, a building on fire.
Yeah. Even Mosiah proves that photo. He's just
yes. Yeah. For those of us who are into the social sciences, when we talk about symbolism, and objectivity and objects, what comes to mind is that photo on Hiroshima where the U.S. Marine are fighting to stand the United States flag up. There were about 10 soldiers, Marines, trying to plant that flag, and some are making sure that it doesn't fall.
Yeah.
That iconic picture.
Yeah.
Another one was in Vietnam, where a young man was being executed by the Viet Cong with a pistol put to his head, and somebody snapped that. Another one was a child that was burned with napalm bomb, and her entire clothes were burned, her skin was falling on her skin, and somebody took that picture. That sent home the moral message to the American folk that this thing needs to be stopped.
Yeah.
So that picture in Monrovia falls in that category.
Yeah.
Of great photography. And whoever that photographer is, we need to find him or her and bring on here. That is iconic.
So those still photos, they did a lot and they still do, but now the age of the cell phone is doing a lot. Today in Minnesota, it is because a lot of other people have their cell phones out and they were videotaping what was happening to Alex Pretty from various angles. That today, as what's the word I want to use on this current government, as I don't want to use the word macho, but as bombastic and combative and as masculine as they want to sound, they are now compelled to pull back because it is turning out that their initial narrative was all made up. And I hope Christine Num loses her job over this. She needs to go for the hearing. I'm glad that Bonvina is being pulled back. But journalists are very powerful. And now the citizen journalists are even helping. Anybody now, you have to always be aware there is a camera on you at all times. And, you just have to be aware and behave yourself. Because if we didn't have what we had happening, and there were alternative versions of that video, we would have gone with the DHS version. And by now, Alice would be looked upon and regarded as a domestic terrorist. Are you kidding me?
He is a domestic terrorist. Let me welcome Jackson S. Seaton. Mr. Seaton, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. Where have you guys? I know you traveled, you went to Liberia, and I know you had a wonderful time in Liberia. But Victor, where have you been? Oh, because your CMC brother was not here, so you couldn't come on the show?
Look at this.
Victor,
look at this. Look at this.
Victor, I think he needs to go. You need to have. You got something in your ear?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought so. Now he didn't hear you.
I was eating cassava with palm nuts in Moravia. That's where I was.
Oh, really?
Right.
Wow.
That's right.
Man, you guys, I know you guys had a wonderful time eating those organic food.
We did.
No processed food.
We did.
I mean, yeah.
Man, I don't even want to tell you about the tabadoo that we ate.
Wow.
Don't talk about tabadoo. Then what's her name? Tiola will come up on this because that's her Maryland thing. Don't go there.
That's the Maryland thing right there.
I'm allowed to talk about tabadoo. I'm the Maryland man. Don't go there.
But welcome to the show.
Yeah, but on a positive note, at least it was good that you guys went back home.
We were watching you guys though.
Yeah,
we watched.
Yeah, you went back home to see for yourself what is obtaining on the ground. To get first-hand information. That was very good of you guys. But again, I'm happy that you guys are back and
1 whole month. 1 whole month.
And let's have a wonderful show. Yeah, my man, that was nice.
Yeah,
y'all went at the right time when the city it was vibrant. You could see the vibrancy, in everybody. That was good.
And I
know you spent
a
lot of good chunk of money there because
yes.
especially that time of the year now.
Moravia is expensive, Jackson. You know that.
Yeah.
But we had a lot of good time. I mean, we hung out a lot. We visited some of our business local entertainment spot. We went to Fusion, I think twice. We watched part of the Cup of Nations there.
Okay.
And we visited other places. But it is it's always good to be home. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody feels this way. You get in, no matter what Roberts Field looks like, whether there's no light or whatever, you get down from the plane, you just feel like a weight has been lifted off your shoulder. There is nothing like home. So when you go home, it's just a good feeling, So we had a good time, and then Jerome was there with me. We were carpooling, so we spent a lot of time together. But we had a good time.
That's good.
And for me, I had a great time in Liberia because every time I wanted to slip away, I got into my keke, and the keke guy will take you. That's the best ride you can get in Liberia.
Yeah.
If you want to be incognito, get into your keke and just tell the guys to ride.
Yeah.
And my keke guy, I told him, I said, don't worry, you can stop and get other people. So as we were driving, he would pick up folks, they would get in the keke and we'd be talking. And sometimes I won't say anything. I just listen to what the folks are saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You don't want to get involved, but just listen and
Yep.
draw your own conclusion. So
Yep.
we're going from Mama Point all the way down to Singer and Bag and all of that. And the people just talk. We start with our potato chips. We are talking to the women, the people who are selling the potato chips. Victor, we bought a lot of those things.
We did.
When you see the desperation When you see a young lady that's supposed to be a mother, a wife, or a child, and she had this big thing on her head full of water and juice, and then she has chips and selling it.
Yeah.
Your conscience will beat you that listen, just spending $1 here will make somebody's day.
Yeah.
So
and in many cases, the sum total of that whole tray is not probably even $20.
Yeah.
They're all day. Because the chips they were selling, you got they're $50 and then they're $100. At that time, $100 was still less than $1. The rate was around 180, 184. You know, but yeah, those people are, you know, they're navigating between the cars.
Between the cars.
Yes.
And the children.
Yeah.
Children. Like you say, if you are driving in Monrovia, Victor and I, you know, we're driving, we have to be very, very careful.
Yeah.
Because our driving is not a Liberian driving. People were blowing behind, or people blowing because we are taking our own time to make sure, because the motorbike riders are going everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere. Cutting in front of you, on your side, and everywhere.
And then these kids are also trying to sell the little thing, and they're all almost selling the same thing. Three people selling chips, selling gum, selling this, selling that, and you wonder, you know, if I didn't buy chip from him, why would you come to me? Like, there's nothing wrong with his chip. Your body is same chip. You're selling for the same distributor. But that's how desperate the people are. And then when you live among the people at that level, and then you listen to the SONA, and the president said the economy has grown.
5.1%.
5.14%, whatever the number is.
Foreign reserve increased by, I think, 100 million. You know, what does that mean to that kid standing on the street? You know,
standing on the street.
Selling
that parents cannot afford for them to go to school.
Exactly.
That is selling to make ends meet for their parents, rather than the parents selling or parent working to make ends meet for that kid. For the kid that has become the breadwinner. And then you say the economy grew by 5.1%.
Yeah. Yes. What we are talking about is the president may have been right that the economy grew 5%, but he was talking about himself. His economy grew 5%. His salary grew 5%. Wait
a minute. I thought Abu said you were going to be on set beginning Monday. Where is he? I want Abu Kamara to. Abu, if you're listening and watching, you need to come up here and talk about
obviously, and we said this yesterday, the economy grew by 5.1%. That it's not trickling down to my sister that is in power.
No.
It's not trickling down to the little child that you just talked about, our parents who is selling. So you know, the economy grew 5.1%, but the reality on the ground does not match.
No. A complete disconnect.
There's a complete disconnect.
The economy grew. Let me welcome the Honorable Dr. Henry Peabody. Welcome, Chief. Happy New Year.
Welcome back, Chief. Welcome back to the U.S. Welcome back, sir. Good to see you. And you look so strong and healthy in mind and body. So welcome back, sir.
Hey, I almost had an incident on my hand. This man was eating pepper color, sweating. I thought you were going to die on my hands. But he wouldn't stop. And then all his collar, shirt collar, wet, his ears, everything sweating. I'm telling you.
Pepper.
You pepper for the yeah. My wife was picturing me. She was telling me this man would die here.
We went to Fusion, and I said, y'all got pepper color for truth. The first day we went, they ran out of pepper color. So we went back there. The guy brought the pepper color. This thing tasted so good. It was burning me. I couldn't stop. I was sweating.
It was really good.
It was good. Let me work on Honorable Sylvester Pewee. Work on Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman. I think it's quite. I wanted to actually be. Yeah, you know, normally the guys they call the Kehleboe and other things. The in journalism we call it the gatekeeper. Whenever the CEO or the editor in chief is out, the gatekeeper is there to man the gate very effectively and efficiently. And then when the editor-in-chief is back, the gatekeeper will have to turn the gavel over to the editor-in-chief. I thought I should have done that, but I was running a little late due to some very tough thing. And I haven't solved it. I've been trying to extend for giving an SOS call for help. I overlooked the snow. It got in my driveway, and we didn't go out on Sunday. Yesterday, no. Today we try it. I mean, I went on top of the snow. It's all ice. I'm like, wow. None of the vehicle can move out. So I mean, I'm going to get help soon. So I was trying to do some of that. That's why I'm delaying coming. But again, it was a pleasing duty to deputize on your behalf while you were away. And I saw your engagement. Both it was a tripartite engagement while in Liberia. The reason why I said tripartite engagement was the engagement of family engagement, political engagement, and diplomatic engagement of the embassy. So a tripartite engagement, and so all of those things. Moving on, but it's good that you're back and you're back.
So let me ask you this, Sylvester, and I know you will not say, but you've been modest here. I understand. Yeah, you are the political leader of the neo-progressive movement. You never told us that, but congratulations. It is my understanding that since you wrote this powerful article, you've been getting all kinds of calls. You were in some kind of meeting. That's why you're kind of late. Why can't you just say the truth?
No. It was not about that. Trust me. You know, we try to respect the current president. The reason why we actually went to that, but we'll discuss it later. I'm going to be in and out because I'm waiting for the guys to come and help me out there. But the reason someone said, "Oh, like the uncle," yes, and that's why we're very respectful and did a kind of analysis of some of the. Because listen, it's alarming to just not only bizarre, but it's critically alarming for people that will believe that fixated on this issue about creating this. You know, if you are not into the driver's seat, Mr. Nagbe, you will understand the rest of this. Politics and those that are always involved into propaganda, it won't help you when you are now in the captain's seat. And that's one of the things the United Party, I think they now proven themselves to be very incompetent, and that's why they're embarrassing this old man. To come out, we didn't go back. And there's statistics all there. Go back to the World Bank, do analysis of it. Put the labor contest, our labor structure in contest. Go back to something. I was privileged to have been part of the 2010 labor survey in Liberia. I was hired by the UNDP to form part of that. So I got an insight to understand when the president said it. I was not only alarmed yesterday, but I was deeply frustrated that folk will embarrass the president. We have people like Garguah and listen, people, the whole thing about the bogle anything, we have to take time to do it. And it's so embarrassing, so very embarrassing to the extent that we haven't. The structure of the context of our labor area is clear. The entire force of the labor issue, you go back to it and understand. From age 15, Mr. Nagbe, to older, right? Immediately, even the beginning of saying quarter, they believe to be higher people. Are we taking it from our contest? Go back to what the World Bank stated to us in 2013, 2023, 2024, and this year, and do some analysis from there. I thought they didn't help the president, and I thought again that the president, and to be of certain age, and when you will not be too responsive to a lot of documentation and researching, is a problem for the country. But we'll take some time basically to go through this, but it's a troubling development. I listened to Mr. Gayman was talking about, quickly before I turn this over back to you, Mr. Gayman, you were talking about the speech from Mr. Cummings. I mean, that was a masterpiece, a response. And also your own political leader also did something that was what unfolded actually yesterday, but different side of it will be coming up. I even participated somehow via telephone today on OKFM when there was a debate between Jacob Jara, Benedict Koduba, and that of Mo Ali. And when I called him, I even said, have disorientated Mo Ali. I don't know, it was unfortunate why we go put Mo Ali with people that are discussing stocks and other economic variables issue that you go bring more. There's not propaganda we're going to discuss. But he was so embarrassed to that, he said the printer didn't print some of the documents. Oh yeah, that's what he said. He said the printer. He had a printer. You know,
wow, that's a startling revelation.
It just basically something about Mr. Nagbe and Mr. Gayman and the rest of the comrades. We all been here. If we put the labor our labor issue into context, we will find it clearly. And this was just embarrassing yesterday from that perspective and all of things. That go back to what it was. I mean, they came out, the information ministry came out, they said they created today, they created 62,000 jobs. First shot off. So they're confused. They're just hanging on everything.
But this is the 2,000 job that they claim that they created. Which sector? The private sector or the public
first shot
sector?
of that. The first shot of that. Because if you went through the whole thing, it's 2.61 million as for the World Bank own data. 2.61 million of the Liberian. Because if you see that data, that trend from 2023, meaning the folks, you don't add that. That is not genuine job creation. No,
that is half of the country that are unemployed. If you look at the World Bank data.
So are we going to use this? And listen, if they don't work on the thing, so not too many can be doing some good work for them. They have to start hiring the Basel guy to even help them. Giving them some hope.
Sylvester, I'll be honest.
Giving them hope. Quickly before you come in, too many start giving them some hope. But if they're not mindful, if they continue, they kind of think they own. They will beat them terribly, no matter who they will beat them in 2029. Big time.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Nagbe.
I share what you wrote with a lot of people, and to a person, they were really full of a lot of praise because you really break it down. And I gotta say, I read it twice. I shared it on my page, and you put it in context. Just like you indicated, you talk about the number of employable Liberians, which is in the millions. Mm-hmm. Yes. And then you're going to talk about creating 70,000 jobs. If you take percentage of that, that is infinitesimal compared to what is.
That's correct.
Yes. So when you do it that way, even as much as we're arguing about the 70,000, even if they were to create 100,000, if you compare that to the number of people who are actually job hunting, that is still a drop in the bucket.
It is a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, and then you give all of your supporting. But go ahead, but congratulations.
Thank you. And you go back to that piece, and you see to it that those that are already credentials, right? We have the credentials, and we have to pay attention, deep attention to unemployed and unemployed. Look at it from that perspective, but they were not concerned from that perspective. They were concerned from the perspective of creating longevity intellectual jobs. And we're in the blatant lie to the Liberian people. They forgot to even go back. The World Bank, and they were running with some of those things, and they were wrong with it. The World Bank helped them a lot, gave them most of those reports. Quite recent report, they got the report. Last year report, before they talk over the reports. So I thought they would have, it just, and it's down with that area. I'm going to be doing it for the whole week and part of next week. There's another one I'm trying to work on also. Let's go back to leave the job area and go back to other structural area where they talk about the almost get some kind of haphazard issue about the ports and other areas. Go back to the port. They want to talk about the port. The only thing they say about we have to take some time to discuss this, but it's not a good sign for the country, and we have to do that. Mr. Gayman, welcome to our official 10. The gavel over back to you so that you can resume this while we all move on the show. Thank you for coming back.
Oh, come on, Chief. Let me welcome Chief Tomalin George 1. That King George 1.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, I didn't know that you were so special until you're absent because people have been writing, why Mr. Gayman coming back? When he coming back? But before I go into, let me just, usually what I do every day, I want to encourage everybody to do it too. I usually share the show to everybody that you know in your contact. Yeah. I want to recognize today, at least, I know the former president is watching the show now, so I'm happy that from time to time, he watched it come on the show, and sending the link to the show, he watching it. I want to appreciate the former president for taking his time to at least watch the closing argument, which he said he followed religiously, and he's watching the show tonight. I say, you shouldn't be. You won't be critical. You'll be objective, independent. That's all. But just a joke. But I want to recognize the former presidents, at least watching the show, and also all those. I see the president, legal advisor, all watching the show. All these people that we send the show to, they take the time to watch the show, and they are policy leaders. These are people that are in the community, in our national conversation. But before I end, let me recognize the fact that we should take our time to really take at least. Every time on the show, we look at the speech given by Mr. Ability yesterday. We should dissect that response to the president. Sona, I think was powerful. Also, Mr. Cummings too. I think he get a powerful one today too. I think we got a clip of it. We got play a clip of these speeches that were given, and also the CDC. I don't know whether they responded. They responded today through the chairman.
They did.
So we need a copy of that too. And also our own brother Pewee. Pewee also he was recognized the Neo-Pro leader. He also made a very powerful response. And then also former University of Liberia student leader Patrick Mbao. These guys they respond, and he's somebody who support this government, and they made some strong response and to the show. And hopefully on Thursday we have the former National Road Fund manager here with us, Benefit Satu, to come and also share light on perspective on this what happened in the country. And we're open to a lot of discussion. And tomorrow we have the wife of Senator McGill will be with us tomorrow. Vivian Nije Ines McGill will be our guest tomorrow. So want to encourage all those who are watching the show to share the show and also to continue to watch the closing argument. We try our best to be objective, independent-minded people. People have their own political affiliation, but we don't censor anyone. And we pray that everybody continue to be objective and independent. And Mr. Gayman, just as I end, I want to say that, look, sometimes I try to be very, little bit liberal with the government power, but from what I see, this is a tough one for them. And I saw all the surrogates on viral media on the radio show trying to go on defense and trying to make the argument. But this is brutal, though. They have work to do. And if the opposition, the only worry, as I said yesterday, the opposition, because from what we're hearing from the president yesterday, with all what the feedback, if they continue in that trend, 2026 they can deliver. If the opposition, if they are united, I'm telling you, there's no way the government can stay in power. If the opposition are united, but my fear if they go splinter, it will be a problem. So I think the opposition got a lot of weapons to use against this government because the president gave a lot of information yesterday that was basically untrue. And I see them trying to justify here, there, yonder, and they're having problems. They're struggling to do it. So opposition needs to keep on. Like somebody said today, they said, you see this, they were talking about America today. The person said, right now Trump is on the road. He's going to Iowa to tell you economic message because Trump is under pressure here. So he's on the road. So the person said, the people got to keep on pressure, beating on Trump right now because he going to change the narrative. You see, and they asked him today about his Homeland Security Secretary. He was not definite. He just said, she's not going to step down. But yet and still, you can tell that I won't be surprised in the coming weeks if we won't hear that she's still not resignation. So let us continue to do our best on the closing argument. People are watching us, who are following us. And let's have a good show, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the closing argument. And I would like to tell you once more that we all come here with our own views, our own belief system, and decisions made here, comments made here are those of ourselves and not the expressed written consent and agenda of the closing argument. If the closing argument has a position, it will be written and expressed in the press. So what you see, what you hear here, it is great that we all come to this platform with different views like I am a Republican, I'm conservative, and I support Trump. There are a lot of other folks here who are Democrats. There are some here that are independent.
Make too many laugh. Who are the Democrats? How many there?
We got Democrats here. We got independent here.
You got Republican too.
No real
independent. You got Republican too. You got independent like me.
So there we go. We got seditions here. We got former seditions here. We got United Partisans here. We got
Weasham.
We got Weasham here. We have ANC folks here. We have United Party. We have non-partisan here, like Tomalin George, who is the equilibrium. He's right in the middle, and he sides wherever he wants to, depending on his conviction. So nobody can come here and say the TCA is a liberal platform or conservative platform or CDC platform or opposition platform because you got everybody here. So when you come here, you are welcome. Bring your opinion. Don't be afraid because you for the government who attack you. No. You for we attack you. No. You from Joseph White. No. we will attack the issues like we are talking now. If the numbers don't add up, I don't care. You can go to the sky and come back. It doesn't add up. Like the folks say, right? If you in mathematics, 2 + 2 will always be 4 unless there is a negative or some kind of sign that says otherwise. But
it is always 4. It never changes.
It never changes until you put a negative sign or something. So when you come out here with your numbers will be the numbers. You cannot argue fact. You can argue opinion. And this brings me to this particular subject that I'm going to read. And it comes from a gentleman by the name of Sylvester Pewee. He's the executive director of New Progressive Movement of Liberia. And it reads, in the third State of the Nation address, so now President Joseph Yuma Boyka Sr. proudly claimed that his administration had provided over 70,000 jobs, end quote, framing this as a prevalent achievement in 2025, while job creation is undeniably central to the economy and the development and social stability. Assertion of such skill require transparent, empirical grounding, especially in a nation where reliable, high-frequency labor market data are scarce. Without public access data, without public access to the undeniable statistics, this claim risk being interpreted as rhetorical flourish rather than evidence-based policy reporting. But let's begin by putting Liberia's labor market in context, considering size and trends. Liberia's total labor force, defined as all persons aged 15 and over who are economically active, was approximately 2.53 million in 2023 and 2.61 million in 2024, the most recent data year with complete World Bank data. These figures suggest that the labor force has grown somewhat year over year, but it remains at a magnitude that dwarfs the claim of 70,000 jobs. A simple comparison reveals that the purported new employment equals only 2.7% of the estimated labor force between 2023 and 2024. Assuming all jobs were held by Liberians and were new formal positions, which itself is unverified and unlikely. In quantitative terms, a 70,000 figure represents 2.8 of the 2.5 million workforce. Seemingly substantial in isolation, but modest and uneven when placed against total labor supply and population growth. Further, he says, instead jobs were new position rather than reclassification or informal engagement, which comprise a large share of Liberia's labor market. This claim will still warrant more precise autonomy and sectorial background. These concerns are compounded by the absence of published 2025 labor force and employment figure from the Liberia Statistical Office, LIGIS, or international validated sources at the time of this writing. Without employment status or age cohort, one cannot empirically validate that 70,000 genuine net jobs have been added to the Liberian economy. We have Mr. Pewee here. Mr. Pewee, great article, great analysis, great breakdown. Talk to us what precipitated this, what encouraged you to come out to address this in this faction. You are coming from the economic, the social context of how jobs are derived, how they are segregated, how they are spread over, and the benefactors. Talk to us.
Yeah, so I work in the past government. The person we had government as an assistant minister at the level of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and before then, in 2010, I have participated in 2 back-to-back labor survey, then hired by the UNDP. And I was went across the country and did all those things. So I got some deep understanding as to how the labor market is, how it's structured vis-a-vis in terms of what the government is creating. from the perspective of the Ministry of Labor own statistical analysis normally give, the Ministry of Labor unfortunately don't even take track of most of those jobs created by the government. And then yesterday, I was never thinking about doing this. No. But when I heard the president came out and said medium term or so, 70,000 jobs, instead we went with this issue. The debate came on the show. We had some discussion, but I saw a lot of Unity Party folks, party leaders, and the rest of the guys running with this with no basic. And I expected some of these guys to be educated folks that would understand this. But the fact that they were running with this, in no regard to people of us and all of us, intellectuals and other things, I thought it was to come back and not only debunk it, but to give some real facts and some basic analysis running to that line. One of these lines is that's simple. If you went into the piece, but you didn't go through all, Mr. Nagbe and Mr. Gayman and the rest of the folks here, you understand that even the current labor minister even didn't do justice to them. Because if you saw in the piece, issuance, the way they are issuing a work permit to foreign staff that job the Liberian can do, it further even displays a lot of Liberians, potential folks that should be employed. These people didn't get employed. We don't have Liberian employee in our sector. Mr. Gayman, take some time to go through this. The guy said he gave how many thousand work permits? Do you know how many thousand Liberians? So are you telling me
44,000?
Thank you. Go back and do some analysis there and do some back. But there's no empirical data coming to us. To just come, Mr. Gayman, I will not just sit now across the table with you and just tell you something flash in terms of figure if you are a policy person, because in terms of structural policy, if you went back to it, it will understand, it will tell us that we need to do a verified, independent empirical data to prove how these numbers are coming up. Now, leave the article aside. Go back to what the president stated. Let's do some structural issue here first and foremost. What really pinned me yesterday was the comment from the press secretary that political jobs that are already allotted for, money in the budget for, she's openly stated to us that political jobs are jobs that should be created. So, and one would think that probably the press secretary was not thinking well yesterday when she said this, because if our boss would have yet to go to dismiss her, right? But unfortunately for her, she didn't pay attention to this. But one of the reasons why I actually came out with this, Mr. Gayman and the folks here, is to tell our Liberian people, and you play for the Liberian people, that everything the president stated yesterday is far from statistical data, and there's no empirical record to prove these things. That's one of the main reasons I came up to this. Now, go back to the article and go back to what the World Bank stated to us first and foremost. Even leave the World Bank report, come back to the government of Liberia own statistical bureau report to us. 2.8 million of us in terms of, because they're considering those that are doing pen pushing, they try to consider those things. If you push it from that perspective, the president was not referencing that, but what rather the president was doing was trying to take figure from vacation jobs. According to them, ArcelorMittal created this amount of job, but that figure is not empirically proven to us. It's not empirically proven to us. They went back to say Seti brother, unfortunately, from the steel area, and that the power of the analysis will prove Seti brother is creating something to know. In terms of the record, as we have, the 2.8 million, 0.68 million people that are working is part of the structure. If you put it in context now, the beginner is selling cohort on the market will be factored in the 70,000 in the 70,000. Mm-hmm. So meaning the government created no job. The young lady that is selling peanut for her mother that is open is also factored based on the World Bank and the latest report, Mr. Gayman. So the reason why I came out with some of these things is that we've done this and they succeeded in pushing a lot of negative propaganda against the Weah administration, because we didn't really push back in providing. I think so. We did better job in terms of job creation than what they even did in the period of his 60 years, because he did not go above, because all of the latest report, all of the World Bank report, we didn't come and included those things into the job creation method or metrics of the Weah administration. But what they're doing now, they try to use this as a metric that they created job. But no, that is not the job they are creating. That's a job that Liberians themselves, even if you went recently, you went to the country, I guess you gave some of your nephew $150. Some of them going out to buy something 2 5-gallon of gas to say they want to hop on the street. That's a means of kind of a honor employ kind of a job. And the adequate employ no. So basically, the reports that and it's a big debate coming up. I listen to Mr. Cummings' own analysis from it. I listen to your political leader also on that line. So there's different side of the debate that are going to come in. But I will let the public to be the judge.
Let me just ask you 1 or 2 questions, right, Sylvester? I saw this morning, and again, thank you for the right. But I saw this morning one of the areas that has been reported as having created jobs. They talk about. They said this is an estimate based on report, though I don't know what report, but they say infrastructure stroke projects, 35,000 jobs, and then in parentheses they say roads, urban lighting, yellow machines. Then they talk about 15,000 jobs created from social protection. Realized, and I read from Sam P. Jackson that this realized project, I don't know whether it's realized or released, but it's spelled REALISE. It is apparently a project that was started under the Weah government. And how can this be job created by this? So shouldn't credit have been given to this previous government? And those two kind of caught my eye. There are other things here, but those are the two that I wanted to ask you about. If you have any thoughts on those two. One,
no.
That they have 15,000 jobs credited to roads, and then they put yellow machines. How is that? I don't know what that means. And then they talk about another 15,000 jobs created from a project which is a carryover from the previous government.
Exactly, and that is quite unfortunate. Even they decided to talk about. Let's go back to the piece and say some of the points there was actually. Let's go back to many of their existing jobs are particularly NGOs, government contract, or donor-funded projects.
Yes,
right. So they are hanging on donor-funded project, and these are sometimes short-term intervention in terms of government contract NGOs. Like say. Back in the role, Mr. The Weah administration started the Lofa Banga Manikaman Highway. I was just there sometime last month. We all in the country, December. I drove on the road. So those that are flagging vehicles, you take someone that is basically very illiterate. They just have to flag vehicles, either a female or a male, flagging vehicles to wait because during the road. These are folks that are having jobs that we refer to as haphazard jobs, right? So they take them, you flag the vehicle, today, they see what you do. The next day you come, they say you don't have a job.
Yeah.
That's no job, right? And leave from there and come back. You see, all these things that they do and all the things that they mentioned, Mr. Gayman, Mr. Nagbe rather, they're trying to find a room here to tell the Liberian people they've done something. Listen, if this president was like Madame Salif, in terms of the way she was very rigorous in doing things, she would have dismissed most of those people that gave the report. He would have dismissed them. Because what they did, Mr. Gayman, was that to expose the president's legacy. Because he should be a genuine person, his intent is good. But to come by and let the president read or something about sort of issue that's unfolding, that even the past government, because most of those contracts that they gave, those jobs they added to it, was from 2023 also, that the Weah administration was to carry over from the Weah administration and all those things. And then today there's no claim whatsoever of any genuine data presenting to the Liberian people through the Liberian government statistical bureau to tell us what they know. Everything they're doing, they're trying to find some room to say, hey, we're performing. But it's unfortunate because they said the economy grew by 5.1%. Basically, that should reflect in terms of the job market. And that's not the case. They are fixated on these things, and the fixation is going to do them some problem. Nothing is changing the macroeconomics. And it's going to be a
let me ask you now, you the guest here today.
Great.
Ask you, Sylvester.
I hope to not be the guest today, please.
Sylvester, since the article was written by you, I guess you are the guest. I'm going to come to you later on, but think about this. You said many existing jobs, particularly in the NGO section, right? Government contracts or donor-funded projects are often temporary or project-based rather than permanent job employment opportunity. Think about that. Let me go to Honorable Seaton. We're discussing this particular subject that is being written about by our own. So he's on a hot seat. And your thought, I don't know if you have read his piece.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead, Mr. Seaton. You are muted.
Let Sylvester respond, and I will come back.
Okay, go ahead, Sylvester.
I will run to you quickly, Mr. Gayman, on that. I want to believe some years back, I think you played some role with Jack Klein and the rest of that. And if you can help us, you know that you played some role with Jack Klein, helping. I think that was the time of the DDRR program. And during that DDRR program, there were money put into certain United Nations trust fund, and those money were meant for us. And there was a time period and duration for those projects. And the period in certain category of those, the project will say, okay, we need certain monitors, MME officers for 3 months or 6 months. After that, they go out. So that's why I mentioned there is it's talking about temporary, right? If that funding is done, what you do the next day, you call everybody in our project, you tell them, say, what you tell them? Help me.
Yeah,
what you tell them, Mr. Gayman?
Well, a typical example is our own man, Johnny. Johnny on this platform, Johnny works for the Carter Foundation. The Carter Foundation just folded, right? December 31st was the last day that the Carter Foundation will be in Liberia.
There you go.
Everybody that worked for the Carter Foundation are now jobless as of December 31st.
Absolutely.
The U.S. at the U.S. Embassy, they walked me through the wing that USAID USAID occupied, and I counted 78 cubicles that were empty. And the director there told me, that all of these folks are laid off. They were all Liberians. So some of these folks were on the job for 10 years, 8 years. They have been through the wear, and this administration, they are all laid off.
Yeah.
And their concern was that all of those families, they were supporting minimum 8 to 12 person per family. You multiply that by 78, that's the devastation that layoff have done. Yeah, go ahead. I'm just talking about that.
So basically to conclude to that point, these are project-based jobs, not permanent. So if the project ran out of funding, the job would evaporate. So that's the basis of it.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Sylvester, I read your article. That was to the point. Again, we talked about this yesterday, the 70,000 job, and the president he indicated that it was small and medium-term job. So what does it tell us? It told us that those jobs were not sustainable jobs. Those were little contracts that somebody were given to somebody, but you can't claim that in a SONA. When you provide small and medium-term jobs to people, you don't claim that. That's not an achievement. That is not an achievement. That's a deception. They try to deceive the Liberian people that they created jobs. They created no job. You should have stated, you should have avoided even talking about job creation, because technically the government created no job. And even, let's assume, you say we created 70,000 jobs. Let's take it as a baseline. Look at the population of people that are eligible to work in the country. 2.5 million people. Out of 2.5 million people, you provided 70,000 jobs, which is minute. It's a minute portion of 2.5 million. It's insignificant. You don't talk about that. So obviously, maybe somebody misled the president or somebody inserted that into his speech to make it appear like the government is making progress. The government is making no progress. The government is just bent on deception. And I'm sorry that the president, he can't take any action on that, because again, he failed his oath. He's not elect enough to look at some of these things. You understand? And that's why they are going all around, running around, trying to spin it to suit their own narrative. And they know it is wrong. And the deception has to stop. And even this is just one aspect. This is just one aspect. If you look at even the school feeding program the president talked about yesterday again, and we will talk about that again, a lot of deception. Why try to deceive the Liberian people? You were elected to provide jobs for Liberians, and you've been in office almost 3 years, and you have not provided substantial employment to Liberians, and you are lying saying you're providing 70,000 small and medium-term jobs, when in actuality you are not providing no jobs at all. So Sylvester was right to highlight those points. Thank you.
But let me ask a question here. Can the president himself deduce and read through those speeches when it's written? to really deduce and say, you know what, take this off. This is not what I expected. I don't see this going. Don't you think the president could have take time? Because he got a lot of time. He could sit home, spend a whole day, and go over the speech and see what you, the president of Liberia, you got to be abreast of what's happening in the country in terms of job creation and all of that. So the president could have read his own speech to determine or to deduce that certain things were not right. So, I mean, Sylvester, somebody keep playing with the video here. I don't know who's doing that. But Sylvester, what do you think of that? What do you think of that? The president's inability to actually deduce through his own stuff he was reading. How would somebody just write something and I get on stage and read it to hundreds of thousands of people, Mr. Gayman, and I didn't even read it myself. Then I just get on and read it.
Muted. Sylvester.
Two things, a lot of things happening behind the scene. One part of it would be if the president is actually not paying more details to governance. And that's my thinking. He's not paying more detail to governance, and with the age, he doesn't really have the time to peruse or to pay some key attention to improving most of the documents coming from most of his lieutenants. So he want to rely on their level of intelligence, of their goodwill, if you will. But again, and that's part of the reason why the president needed some kitchen cabinet right behind the same to help him do most of those things. I would think his son should have been one of those availing himself to do that, but his son himself is basically just traveling other areas and enjoying the grandeur of the presidency as the son of the president and all those things, and getting the fight. I would have played that role with my 82-year-old father, the president of the country. I would play a major role as a member of the kitchen cabinet, being the last to see my dad before he goes to bed. Be part of the first to see him when he's up from bed, trying to have some discussion behind the scene with him and asking him, hey, Dad, is there anything I can see and talk to you? And I'll do that, talk to mom, and then mom, so if his son were to pay some attention, the son can help do some very great job, Dr. Peabody. Other than that, those sycophant, opportunistic elements around the presidency sometimes would just fool the president. Now, you won't be responsible. He's almost 82 years old. Right, so pushing to these things, you need someone that will have the energy and that will be well trusted to tell you that, sir, this is not real. I think we should look at this. Other than that, we're going to expect. Trust me, we should expect something more than this next year. Next year report. Yes, we will expect something more than this. Right. That's the only reason that the Peabody. I will hope. And I will press some line to. I've tried communicating when he's not responding. I will send him some letter. I will do an open letter to him to tell him, hey, you need to pay some attention to your dad. Help him. Be the kitchen cabinet guy, coordinator, and see, you can do something. Other than that, trust me, the report next year will be very alarming.
Well, guys, I was in Orange Grove twice for the month I was there. So, Vi Dixon. I was laughing. Someone asked, "What are you laughing at?" And this is what he just wrote, right? He said he hired some boys to clean his yard in Orange Grove. Joseph Wagga claimed his workers as job creators, as job he created. That was funny. But yes.
But imagine, Mr. Gayman, the press secretary said, or appointment at job creation.
Oh yeah, but Joseph Wagga being president, that's job creation, right? And government created a job for him.
That's tell you the level of incompetence of the press secretary.
No, I also told quickly, Mr. Nagbe, that all the CMC staff were included in the job creation metrics.
In the job creation, that's right.
including students.
Even the trip you talked to Liberia, that was a temporary job creation.
As a small. All the structures of CMC staff, including the Summers corporation thing, all the employees, they added it to the 70,000 metrics.
Our bridges that we're building, all our projects that part of the job room.
Everything gonna be in it.
All the roads that Honorable Musa Benete is building, that's part of the road construction under Joseph Boakai. So that's what it is. But Victor, let's talk about the Musa Benete's critique Honorable Musa Belet's critique of the of the SONA. Then we go to Cummings, because the Cummings and Honorable Belete, you know, they have an alliance. They have been partners in the past. They agree on a lot of stuff in the past.
They said it 2 minutes. They on mission.
They on a mission. So talk to us about Honorable Musa Belete's critique of the SONA.
Well, I would rather leave it to you guys, because no matter how I put it, Sylvester is going to say something. But basically, most of the
let me know if I can't listen. He says, "So come and say
you can't win." But read a comment to us so the people can listen to it.
So.
I'm a bit at the ball myself. Don't spot my name. I'm a bit at the ball. So.
Go ahead.
If they're on mission, they are on a very good mission, because we need a third lane. Because you got people lying now about creating jobs, and they're not creating it. So you need a third lane that will really come in and create the real job, rather than talking about the government hiring people as part of the job that they created and stuff like that, government employee and stuff like that. So
I like the synergy between, you know, one of the things that we were talking about has always been, will the opposition come together as a unit or will they splinter? I think from the beginning, Honorable Belete said it is too early to talk about the synergy, but let everybody do their own work. And at the end, we will have to merge. And 2026, I can see it coming together from different angles. Honorable Nagbe, please read our letter for us so we can dissect it.
So it's a 3-page response. So yes.
Not the whole thing, but just the synopsis.
Yes. So, and I have the statement itself, but I will give credit to Real TV, Truth FM. They did a summary. So one of the things that is stated, which I think Sylvester and other people are highlighting, is just the exaggeration of what the reality is compared to, you know, what the president stated yesterday. So they say Mr. Belete clarified in his response, a constructive critique, right? We made that clear, and we didn't want to be adversarial. We was just clarifying some of the misinformation that were contained in the statement. One of the things that the president reported was $4 billion expected. The contract with I think Oranto or one of these deals, and the actual analysis showed that the total contract is about $900 million as opposed to, you know, $4 billion. But here is what is also reported here by this paper. It says here, it says here, emphasizing that Liberia in 109-year history can settle for modest gains while many remain in poverty. The CMC questioned how Liberia ranked among the poorest countries despite clean progress, has I think this is hunger index score of 0.4. Most citizens living on less than $2 a day. And we're saying for almost 200 years, we've been reporting these billions and billions of dollars here, and yet we can't seem to lift our people out of poverty. Only 30% of Liberians have electricity, and nearly 99% lack pipe-borne water. So these are some of the things that we're pointing out. With all of the flowery gains that the president is reporting, the actual reality, which Alex Cummings is also accentuating, that if you talk about the economy growing by 5.1%, can the ordinary people walking in the streets report feeling that growth? If they're going to bed on empty stomach, then the economy has not impacted their well-being. So again here, the Honorable Belete and the CMC here, the challenge the president's claim of $4 billion in investment, especially those linked to ArcelorMittal HPX. Experts suggest ArcelorMittal's actual investment is under $900 million. Because this ArcelorMittal deal is being touted all over the place as one of the major accomplishments of this government, and I think it is being overstated. The deal itself is not even $1 billion. They talked about here claims about $800 million from oil agreement were dismissed. Oranto, they say, last capacity for deep water exploration. The oil block allocation seen designed to benefit a few. While noting a rise in domestic revenue, the CMC argued it mainly results from the shifting taxes to citizens. I'm sorry here, excuse me here. Something popped up on my shifting taxes from citizens via the VA, that is the value added tax, not real growth. The 5.51% economic growth in 2025 was also disputed, with growth dependent on extractive industries offering limited jobs and little improvement. Again, as our fellow Sylvester here made that point in the write-up, the reported creation of 70,000 jobs was called exaggerated. Most are temporary and non-sustainable private sector employment. So Jackson just made that point as well. Again, the CMC is questioning the inflation figures, noting they merely reflect Monrovia, not rural areas where most live. So on health, the CMC highlighted ongoing maternal and neonatal deaths, indicating the health sector is failing. In conclusion, the CMC warned that the SONA paints an overly optimistic picture, masking Liberia's vulnerabilities and low progress on development goals. The CMC urged government to be more transparent, engage opposition and civil society, and pursue reforms that improve lives. So this is and again, if you coalesce almost all of the views expressed on the SONA, they almost point to the same thing, and simply because I think they're pointing out the facts. The fluffiness of the president's data that he reported in the SONA. How unrealistic most of the reporting are. Sam Jackson writer, I'm sure he was a part of the team that couched out the CMC political leaders' message, and then he came out and did his own write-up, which almost coincides or almost agree with Sylvester's write-up, Taiwan's write-up, Alice Cummings' write-up. They all seem to be painting a picture of misrepresentation of the reality by the president's statement yesterday.
Great. Honorable Pewee, let's go to a part of the speech that Honorable Musa Billet and everybody else are trying to critique. It says here, the president created skepticism in his speech when he claimed that paved road coverage increased in Liberia from 12% to 20% of all the roads in Liberia have been paved. The president made this comment that 20% of Liberia corridors have been paved. Where in the world where is Honorable Pewee at this one? I don't know how.
Maybe we're turning the $363 million project, which is yet to. I don't know. I'm just trying to be.
Do you just grab numbers from the air and say, do you know what 20% of the roads in Liberia are being paved? Do you know what that is? Honorable Pewee, I know you looked at this too, but the roads in Liberia were only 12% of the roads in Liberia have been paved, but in 2 years they have gone from 12% to 20% of all roads in Liberia have been paved.
And you see, I think it's part of the reason why they are deliberately targeting Mr. Billet, because I think they understand that he understands the structure of government bureaucracy is one, and that's the very important tools of this whole thing. They do understand that he's someone that got some serious understanding of it from the soil days, the Manasarif days. So he do understand the structure of bureaucracy. That is a very critical tool here. But let's go back to, and he was very right on that level that he highlighted. But let's go back to the issue of the roads. Madam Salif, 12 years. She did 5.7% of the total paved road we got in the country, 5.7%. That took her to 745 kilometers of road, 5.7%. Mr. Weah came 6 years. Mr. Weah came almost around 3.9% there about. Taking the entire thing to around 1,000. So if Mansari would spend 12 years and did Again, the problem there is those that are putting the figure together for the president. This is the problem. I think they're trying to expose the presidency and bring the presidency to public disrepute. Because for the president to come out and say that they did 20%, it is unthinkable. If you are to tell the madman in the street, if you told the madman that in the street, you will bring him back to his sense, because that thing will be a voodoo way. It will just do some voodoo thing with that thing. Because how would someone do more than the number that someone didn't do in 12 years? So, Mr. Gayman, let's get back to ANC. They say, okay, they started in 2024, just a year, because 2024 to 2025, and then we here. Then where the debate will that leave they have? let's stop being intellectual and go back to the reality. The Banga Manikaman Road, Mr. We have took the Banga Manikaman Road from Banga City all the way to Golu, and the road is still there. They just started the pavement to move. They just started that a week ago, and that have not even moved more than 5 miles. They haven't even gone 2 because they have not hit Salary. From Golu to Salary is less than 50 miles driving. Less than that time, that period of driving time, right? You didn't do that. So where you did the road now? The road to Mandina Rubber Sport Road, they just putting cross rack on that road. They haven't started real pavement yet. So we need people to come and tell us how many kilometers of road have you done? You've taken that to almost at that level. So I think it just the government being totally insensitive to the plight of the Liberian people, because the Liberian people do understand that there's a critical need of infrastructure development, and road construction is very pivotal towards transforming our economic issue. And that's why we have to be bold enough. And we have to remove our thought process from the way we want to be, to just be a kind of a weakly in accepting any information the government going to give us, and then we use that as a public tool, or to then move on and allow them to something. Because the mass base of the people who only understand the interpretation of that. The CMC political leader is coming to help millions of Liberians to understand that what is happening is true. Yesterday, and every political party will have to be very progressive and aggressive in terms of the way you needed to deal with this current administration, because you guys came to power on the hem of propaganda, lies, misinformation, disinformation. And now they want to rule with misinformation and compound that with disinformation. That is not acceptable. So listen, the structure of the period of what they said, 5.1, this and this issue of the road, I was just looking at it. Yeah. How did you derive of that if Madam Salif did 745 kilometers of road, and Mr. Weah came, that was 12 years. So if you talk the 6th year, Mr. Weah performed, and Marshall, even the 7th year, Mr. Weah was close to the 12 years performance of Madam Salif, if you will. So we need to sit clearly, and to the way we just oppose that is to just look at empirical data, Mr. Gayman. It's not a difficult thing, and that's what I think the CMC is doing. And let me applaud the way the CMC is engaged in that. I think all the political opposition parties will have to use their methodology, because that methodology will not only increase the appetite of the Liberian voter, but it would bring them to speed on happenings in the country. If you are a progressive political institution, you have to be more or less engaged with the voting population, because what is unfolding currently in Liberia, we're about to hit a new voting demography in the country that needed to be exploded. And to be exploded, it need some sufficient information base that will come to them, that will what do I want to use, that will mobilize them. And the mobilization of electors to go to the pool in a more aggressive, and the way to pull people out is to give them information they require. Those tools we have to be put in a tools case that can be effective and useful. And I think the CMC got a tools box that is very progressive and effective. And every political institution will have to mount through that line. And I know tonight Mr. Nagbe will send me coffee or will buy me some biscuit or 2. I know he will do that. That is the reality. The CMC got that tools box. Good. And that box is effective. It's effective communication. It's what we call proactive communication and public diplomacy. And if they, to mix the two, if you intersplice effective communication with public diplomacy, because Mr. Benedict himself got the charisma. You saw him shaking the hands of.
We lost
Sylvester. The winter not take what Sylvester internet.
Yeah. No, I didn't. The both got to him. No, the both got to him. They say
the NSA people.
Did I tap his internet?
Yeah, Honorable George. In one of the speeches, the president said that he has supported. They have financed 78,000 farmers, 178,000 farmers that they have sponsored, that the government has been feeding and been doing all kinds of stuff. Do you really believe that the Liberian government have financed 178,000 farmers?
You see, you talking?
Okay.
You see, Mr. Gayman,
sorry guys, my computer went off. I had to switch.
The problem affecting this government and the president Sona.
Steve, you will continue. Let me just say this.
Okay.
The CMC political leader is available for 15 minutes, so I'm sending the link. Just
bring
so
him up. Let him come on.
So he's coming. But go ahead, Chief.
Great. Go ahead.
So you see, as I said, the problem that's affecting this government is the struggling with because they don't have centralized or official data to validate what the president said yesterday. Because you need to have these data from an institution that has the authority to say yes. That you can reference say this comes from this institution, from Legis or from this institution of public institution that telling you based on these statistics, the president's comments were informed from this, and that's why they're lacking. That's why they're struggling since yesterday, almost 24 hours to really justify the message, to defend the message, and that's the problem they're facing. And so, the information they gave yesterday, you can just manufacture it. You gotta say, well, where it came from. Show us. That's why they're struggling. And I see all the surrogates are all over the place on social media attacking, going back and forth. But it will not help them. And it learned to the CMC leader. General Bilita is, Mr. Bilita is he's a businessman. So you understand that he's been in business in Liberia for many years. So you understand the Liberian business psyche. He knows the Liberian economy. And that's why if he continues in this trend, and if he continues this trend, I'm telling you guys today, he continues and going for the next few years, he'll be a formidable candidate. When I tell people that he has a chance of breaking the glass ceiling, people should not overlook it. Liberians I think Liberian won't want to person it. That's a joke. Stop it. If he continues in this trend, the guy, he able to lead the country. He traveled to America, to Europe, to Asia, all parts of Africa, and try to expand his network and so forth. And then when he making these letters from Seleke Kromah, I read it a lot. He's speaking to the core issues that are affecting Liberians and to the conscience of Liberians. He's speaking to them. If he continues, almost a better than on a serious note, he invests more resources in media, and a message will resonate with people to go in length and breadth. He should always be available to go to somebody. If he walking somewhere, the press meet him, engage them. Any opportunity he has to engage the Liberian poetry, the press, you engage them. That message continue, and then he needs to also have these lingers. Like if you notice when closing arguments starting on any, you have these clips that will play. That invest in that era too. Mr. Cummings started today where I saw what he did on with Focus Liberia. That was a good thing. Or where he message, somebody is like reaffirm his message. And when you do that, you play these things. We're on the show, yeah. Regularly and so forth, it will resonate. It will travel. And to be honest with you, I repeat, UP have to do a better job. The president saw yesterday, people are challenging it, and we hear majority of the people challenging it and debunking what he said, and they go on one show, class below there, and sit there, and all of them sit there and think they're talking to the people. No, you want to talking to those who support you. I keep telling them, you guys You guys should stop refusing to go into the interview by other platform. You guys should go. You gotta come on a platform. Go on a platform. Go over. You don't want to go to LBS or on maybe the radio station like bro. No, have town hall meetings. Engage the people because honestly, the message is not coming forth. Because today you got look right now. I can tell you, you got Musa Bede CMC firing, ABC ANC from ANC ABC, Janga Kawu from the CDC, Neo Progressive Leader Pewee. Patrick Igbao, they are firing. These guys came with fire. And what they are saying, people are praising them because they took it to them. Now, the UP guys, they have to come and defend it. Come and debunk it. Come and disagree with them. Okay? And I see my friend Mo Ali there running over trying to defend it. And it's not holding. If they continue this trend, and one thing, let me end this way. One thing Mr. Cummings said in his speech, he said, the numbers, yeah. Once you should understand, IMF come with these numbers, say, yeah, these numbers, 5% growth. But the reality is that how is this growth affecting impacting the people? How you say, yeah, the economy grew, this percentage, the inflation dropped, but the bread and butter issues affecting Liberian people. How is it being impacted to them? How are they affecting them? Because what they say on paper, it should have impact on the people's lives. But that's not what we're seeing. We're not seeing that. The people are still struggling. People are crying for better wage. You can't be paying somebody 181, 150 still, and you think the people are living. They say the economy is still of Liberia, economy is stronger than the way you made it. No. When you put like new leaders, it's for them to improve, not to continue the same way or where you made it. But if you say improving, well, yes, say civil servant today can say all civil servants today making minimum not less than $500, then we say yes. We talk about universal health care. They are saying big things. Things that they may not realize, and that's why I see the problem they're having. So, but I always say the opposition, they get the job quarter for them. They need to really be forceful. It shouldn't be one. I'm speaking with one voice, like the way they are firing. That's good. The way I see Musa Bede fire yesterday, Cummings fire today, Janga Kawu fired. You got Pewee, you got Mbao, all of them firing. That's how you do it, and they should continue to sustain it. Don't just do it one day and leave it. No. And I'm going to get you bring it about. And you're going to keep them on the defense. Right now, the government's on the defense. All the things they said yesterday, the flowery thing they said, they're having a problem over it. And that's the problem I see the experiencing.
Wow. Dr. Peabody, we have invited Honorable Musa Bede. Honorable Musa Bede, welcome to the show.
Don't put a man up, man. Myean, put a leader up.
Welcome, guys.
Good. Myean, please post that photo that I just sent to you. Please post that photo briefly. Maybe it didn't go through. But anyhow, Honorable Bede, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I want to say Happy New Year. I want to give you, not you, I want to give the organization credit because when I went to the headquarters, my first question to the guys was, I want you to be honest with me when we were in the room. What is the obstacle? What are some of the things that we should look forward to as a team? And Mr. Yogi he looked me in the face and he was very blunt. He said, Mr. Gayman, we got our work cut out because we are new. He says, we got 41, now 42 political parties in this country. We are finding our way. It's a tough fight, but it's a winnable fight. He didn't dress it up as this is an easy thing and we glorified it. No. This is an honest man who said these are our obstacles. These are the things that we put in place. We have to work our butts off to see it happen. Then he said, but I can rest assured that we got the right people to get this job done. He didn't give me any flowery speeches. He didn't tell me, that it is all roses over here. He said we got our work cut out. We are party number 41, and we have to prove ourselves to these folks. When I juxtapose that to what's happening now in the Unity Party government, where they're just picking numbers from the sky, 178,000 farmers we finance. We got a surplus, budget surplus, but the people, you can't pay your people Christmas Day. So, Honorability, I want to give you credit for this. It's like night and day when you compare and contrast.
Thank you, Honorable Gayman, and thanks to the team tonight. It's always a pleasure to be here with you. I should have been here actually last night. Look, as we can see, Liberia needs a new direction. It's not about the CMC, honestly. Take the CMC, just set us aside and ask yourself a simple question. From the way things are going, do you think that when Liberia changing between the two parties will make any difference in our country? The Unity Party has done so many things, is doing so many things wrong, that CDC feels emboldened and say, hey, I think I was doing better than these guys. So there's no longer an urge on their part to say, let me review myself, let me look at what I did wrong, and maybe next time I'll correct it. And that's the kind of vicious cycle we find ourselves in. If we don't take corrective actions to put our country on a path that can secure the future, we are in danger of losing the country. When people, this whole government is focused on money. This whole government is focused on the national budget. That is their focus. That is their goal. That's what they're looking for. They're looking to crush their opponents, subdue them, and focus on, making money. Otherwise, the state of the nation requires hard work. It requires somebody sitting in a mansion and calling around September, write every government agencies and tell them by December 1, your report, everything that you are doing, you've done, should be, and your projection for the coming year should be on in the executive mansion. And then you set up another team to review all of these things and come up with successes, challenges, and prospect. But governance by people who are being government looks like a joke. It looks like people are just going around. So for us, we saw an opportunity, we saw a challenge, and we saw a chance to change our country. And that's the path we're on. And we're happy, Honorable Gayman, as a founding member of CMC, I'm sure you're proud because CMC is leading everywhere. Because of CMC today, the government of Liberia has gone outside to procure yellow machine. All these people that you see here, so they've been in government for years and years. 40 years, 15 years, 12 years, none of them talk about yellow machine. But when Peabody used yellow machine to bring development, and for that he was elected, when he used that and put it before his party as development, they're reacting to that. The government is reacting to that. The government is not an innovative bunch of people. Look, I really sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, I feel sorry for President Baka. But now, and no one says that someone at his age cannot be president. That's not the point I'm making. But clearly, someone at his age should get more assistance than he's getting. someone at his age should be able to be allowed to sit and direct, and then things are done, and everyone around him should be sensitive to that. Age for me is not an issue. At 80 years, all of us know in this room, at 80 years, you can never even be at your 50% best. So, making him stand or whatever, 1 hour, 40 minutes, and the country comes from there with nothing except fun, people poking joke at the president, people putting no take. People who review their speech and try to say something nice, they were just being generous to the presidency, maybe respectful to the presidency. But the truth of the matter is that if you read it so now, then it's like you got to shake your head to make sure that you are not dreaming, because the things that it says are the contrast to the reality on the ground. So for me, I think that this is not just about opposition or Gayman. It's honestly about how people that have been given the opportunity. If you, I think it was last week edition of the from Secretary, we refer to those young men and women that you saw fighting the CDC, patriotic songs, shouting. Today they've all gone silent. They're sitting in their various corners, enjoying, nobody knows what's going on. But the speech, look, President Baka, he has good control of the English grammar. He can, he was not speaking loud, but he can properly read, he said, but the paper he was reading was empty. So the message did not resonate with the people. And I don't know how they're feeling now. Remember now, these are people that stay in government for 12 years before. What is the normal thing for government? When the president goes out and get the state of the nation, what's supposed to happen the next day? Surrogates will be all over, flowing in stations, interpreting the president. The same way you must say, see nothing in it. The same way the government said they didn't see nothing in it. Because who did you see promoting it? Because that's what happens. I mean, that's what I know about government. You will send the Minister of Finance, you will send Commerce, you send all these.
Mr. Bailey, sorry, I'm not cutting you off. Just to that point quickly. This morning, Clarence Joshimi announced that I've been calling the party surrogate. Everybody said they won't consult. They won't consult. They refuse to go there today. He said it. And also, they were just they Barry Moadi today. Moadi was someone that he didn't have no clue between Joseph Jacob Jala and that of the Koduba. But yes, you right, sir, on that.
You know what's going to happen to United Party?
All of them are skipping. Yeah.
You know what's going to happen to United Party? It's what happened to CDC in 2020. But unfortunately for United Party, they are so happy to in 2029, but they don't have a chance to look. They've created a bubble. They're sitting in that bubble, and they've lost track of yesterday. I see Ali. I see Mo Ali trying to make sense of. Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know. I've lost.
No, go ahead.
We can hear you.
You're hearing me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
I see Mo Ali. Is trying to defend. I don't know what he was trying to defend. but he was trying to defend something today, and it didn't go his way. But the reason why it didn't go his way because there's nothing there to defend. There's absolutely nothing there to defend. And this is what is happening across the country. This is what is happening to the presidency. This is what is happening to all of us that felt that the UP, is not doing okay. But these guys are narcissistic. They feel like the government actually belongs to them. They feel that no one has the right to operate normally in the country as long as you don't support them. The same thing they were going through, they have AAA. It is sad, but I think that the Liberian people are ruthless. They will show the Unity Party. I am very, very certain. Yes, sir.
Mr. Ability, yeah, it's good to hear. I just want to put all my thing into one nutshell. You can take your time to answer it. Look, right now the UP, like you said, everything you said, I agree with it. They have that tendency of that arrogance. I see the arrogance about the whole thing, that sense of entitlement to the government, right? But yeah, my greatest fear is this: with all that, now you and I know we have been watching politics in this country since 85. For me, since 85, I started following the real politics, election time. Okay, but if you don't have if you're trying to take the ruling party from power, if you are splintered, it's a problem. My question to you is, I know right now for the next 2 years, I believe that 2026, 27, the parties should be able to build the various parties and do all they can do to strengthen the party, their structures and so forth, so that when it comes to the time where the collaboration starts, you go to the table with something tangible to say, well, I come here with a strong point to argue, a strong point. Now, my question is, are you collaborating? Discussing with other parties, like, for instance, let's assume the parties that have not taken power before, right? Like, for instance, the ANC, Line New, and so forth. Are you collaborating? Are you guys in discussion, talking? So let's keep the discussion. And my other 2 points is that you made a quote, and I want to talk about that quote you made. You said the sheer agony of being a member of the 5th House of Representatives, God knows that is not what the people asked for. And lastly, you took Senator Yan Twine, your fellow Nima caucus member. You call him to stand up. And what was his response? Because he's been making some salient points too. So what is it that you want him to do just to answer all my questions in one nutshell?
So I will take it. I will take it. Last one first. I think Senator Nyatua has tried, but I think that the Senate will pass that bill just as the House passed it. They will not do anything with it. I know that, and that's what's going to happen, and that's the tragedy. But that's what's going to happen. Nothing will change. The other one, when I sat in the legislature and see my colleagues passing a bill that is going to put our country 30 years commitment for a minimum. The agony was, I was powerless, I was lonely, and so I was sitting there unable to do nothing to stop it. And the agony of feeling that here is a situation that is going to affect every one of these people. Some of them, that you see them as represented today, by 2030, you will see them back in the life that they were living before they became representatives. And then are beginning to think, why did we do this? We beg them. I did everything I could to say this is an investment. It's good for our country. But remember that it is a business. It will try to get as much as they can get from you. Let's negotiate with them. These are people that have reinvested, and therefore their neck against the wall. Let's get as much as we can get out of them. Listen.
Mr. Ability, I think we just heard, and I think was posted in the TCA chat room that the Liberian Senate has withdrawn the bill that was intended to create the Liberian Inland and Seaport Authority. They sent that bill to President Bouaka. President Bouaka rejected it. They sent it back. The president has now signed it, but they have now withdrawn the bill. What is your reaction to that? And if you were you in favor of that bill?
No, absolutely not. I voted against.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
First of all, that's part of the argument. You have a bill that people are promoting on the street, saying there will be efficiency. But then it is the opposite. It's creating bottlenecks and bottlenecks and bottlenecks. It is clearly centered around individualism. And therefore, should a national port authority be spread out to allow put themselves to manage their own operations? Should that happen? Absolutely yes. Is that what they are doing? Absolutely not. If you want to transition the NPA to create autonomy, that's not how you do it. The way you do it is that you create a feasibility plan, you get experts to create a transition, and then you you implement the transition, and then you say, let's say from 2026, by the end of 2028, the transition will be complete. People will be trained in various ports so that they can take over and manage it. But they want to give the port to a foreign company, the Port of Buchanan. Do I think that that's the wrong thing? I don't think so. What I think is happening is that the people who try to give the port away don't understand what they are trying to do. There's always a better way to do things. For them is to make the NPA managing director and his team totally irrelevant, and that's what they are bent on. So they see nothing else, and they are, for them, that's what they see. And then they want to give Buchanan autonomy. That's what they see. But that's not how you run a country. There are other agencies of government, there are national security concerns. I happen to be, or to have served in the two critical positions that deal with the ports. One, as chairman of the National Port Authority, and two, as chairman of the National Security Committee. In those two capacities, there are multiple government agencies that are intercooperating in the management of our port. Remember, the port is an international border. So if you're going to give the port of Buchanan to a foreign company, you got to establish a seaport police. Or you got to define what is the role of the simple police, what is the role of the Coast Guard, what is the role of the different agencies. But you just go and read a piece of paper, and then there will be chaos, and you create a much bigger bureaucracy. So it doesn't make sense. And again, these things, we being lawmakers, don't give us expertise. These things, you have public hearing, then you have expert opinion, then you call the NPA. This is what we want to do. What do you think? You understand the point I'm making? And then that allows you to have a bird's eye view of all of the issue. And then as decision maker, you make a decision. Now, the bill is coming back. Flawed. It's flawed. The bill cannot come back like that. I mean, these people, they are so confused. They don't even respect the rules. When the bill goes to the president, it is because plenary of the two houses have mandated for it to go. For it to come from the president, the same plenary had to vote for it to recall it. The pro tem or the speaker, and I'm told, is the chief clerk and the secretary of Senate. I wrote the president a letter to withdraw the letter. They don't have that power. We have the legislature has made a decision.
Will you challenge that? The fact that it was not done legally?
Yes, but I challenge everything, Pewee. The only solution is to wipe these people out of the face of government. Everything, nothing can be done. You know, I mean, the lawlessness is too much. How can you call the chief clerk and the Senate of the Secretary and force these poor civil servants and say, ready, president, withdraw? What mandate did you use? As far as we're concerned, we have the House has sent something to the president. The president can, the legislative procedure is laid down clearly. Mm-hmm. The president, if he doesn't like it, he can veto it and send it back. And say, why I said you did not do it, you can send it back. Now, if you want to withdraw that document, then you write a letter. No, then you are reversing the decision of plenary without the authority to do so. Of course, when it comes, I will ask that question. But who said it here?
Yeah, on 1 minute. Yeah, go ahead, Peabody.
Chairman, let me ask you. I just want to refer to the president's speech yesterday, where he talked about the Mana River Peace Center that is building in, I think it's Kolahome, Lofa County. He initially has said during a press interview around the Christmas that he was unaware of the building. They didn't tell him that they were going to build that place. He didn't know how he known he was taking action, but he got to know he didn't take action. But yesterday he was very exact in his presentation about the Peace Center, what it's going to be like, how much, how it's going to provide for the people. Did you guys ever discuss this? Did it ever come to you guys in the house to discuss something like this or so?
No, absolutely not. And for me, what bothers me is that this president will get anything he wants from the legislature. If the president wrote these people and told them that I want you to pass a bill to allow me to build a piece that will cost $10 million, they will approve it. And then you just put it in the budget and make it, easy and transparent. But within a space of 6 months, the government, almost every agency of the government has denied this. The president himself have said he has no knowledge about it. And yesterday night he said he has a knowledge on it. So I hope now that he has said that government is aware, so I hope that the Minister of Finance and the Minister of State can come now to explain to us how did we get to the point where $5, $6, $7, $8 million is spent in public money, and then there's no trail, there's no approval, there's no PPCC process, and how did we get there? But you know, as far as I'm concerned, Peabody, that is part of the anomalies that we face every day.
Great. Let me welcome Honorable CFR Diggs. Welcome to the show.
Mr. Gayman, welcome back.
Yeah. How you doing that, young man? Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, bro. I'm doing good, man. Surviving this cold.
Good. We have our congressman here. We have Honorable Musa Beliji. He has been on fire. I went to Liberia. I couldn't even see the man. He was burning. He was so hot everywhere. Any question on his response to the SONA, to happening in the House, any of the bills? You have any question for the Honorable?
Well, yeah, I mean, the SONA is the SONA. I was listening. I was in the middle of something, but when we got to that port decentralization, and just what representability said, and that's why I've been going along with this port. This whole thing been centered around the MPA managing director. The MPA managing director, he's too powerful. Why is this man controlling all the ports? So why is this man not contributing to the budget? And there's a lot of things that are left unanswered. So, and the people that are sponsoring that bill will like people to continue to focus on the current MPA MD and then let the bill just slide through. And thankfully, first time it didn't work, second time it didn't work, they recall it. Representability, just do us a favor. When the bill comes back to the House, please share a copy with us on the closing argument so we can look through it, because for some reason in our country, all these bills that are voted on, we never see them, but we just hear the vote on. So if you can share this bill with us, and also the ArcelorMittal bill that is presently before the Senate, we'll be glad. Thank you.
So thank you. Look, let me say this to you. I really hope that the Liberia people can see the frustration we are going through. You see this bill, this NPA bill, they didn't even give it to us.
Really?
Yes, they didn't give it to us. I'm serious.
So how did it pass both houses?
Oh, they are worse things. The $363 million project bill was never debated in the House of Representatives, was never voted upon as required by law, and it found its way to the Senate like that. The anomalies that are going on in the legislature is too much. But I'll tell you something, and I want to announce it to the people. This year, I will not allow anything to pass. If I will have 10 cases in the court, I will have it. I will not let the Supreme Court throw it us out. Let the court throw it us out, but I'll make my case.
Thank you.
Because history will record us. So that bill was never discussed. 363 million, the Liberian people have been committed. With no scrutiny, the law say financial bill, we must vote individually. It never happened. They didn't even bring it for us to vote on. All we saw was a letter from the chief clerk that the bill has passed. I heard the bill being discussed in the Senate. I wrote the pro tem and the senators. None of them said nothing. I wrote them, I said, look, that bill you are discussing is 40. It did not pass the House properly. Wow. I wrote them a letter. They said nothing. I got a letter here. Gayman, I will send you the letter.
Yeah, that would be fine. Share with us, Bedede.
I wrote them a letter. I said, look, that bill that you are dealing with is not a correct bill. Okay, I wrote them a long letter. Members of the Liberian Senate request for Senate review and clarification on the procedural status of $363 million. I wrote that letter. They reply me to say we acknowledge we share a letter. Then they answer me. It is reply me.
Wow.
Honorable Bility, in the Bassa Legislative Caucus, Honorable Philip voted against the bill and argued to the Bassa people that the bill was not in the interest of the people, and there was an ulterior motive for this bill. Some people in Bassa are saying there are people from Grand Bassa County that want to run for president in 2029. And they are trying to mortgage the Buchanan port for $10 million to a private company to run the port. That's the allegation. It has been fact-checked that there's a company that has made a $10 million offer to operate the port. So the fight in Bassa is, if you want to run for president, run at your own volition. Do not run for president at the expense of the people. So we are glad that it didn't go through, but it doesn't mean that they are not fighting to make sure that this thing passed because of their proximity to the president and the president's inability to be conscious of what's going around him.
Jerome, first of all, let me make it clear that the Bassa people also deserve to be president or vice president of this country. And they have earned that right as founding fathers of this country, as the tribe that welcome many other tribes. And I sit here to say that the most liberal tribe in the Republic of Liberia is the Bassa tribe, which is evident in the manner in which other tribes can easily assimilate into Bassa. Look at the quote-unquote the Congo people that settle in Bassa. You never saw a difference between they and the ordinary Bassa people. I see them as well. Charles Bronski, 100% Congo man. Born in Bassa, raised in Bassa, sees himself as Bassa man. Bassa people see him as Bassa man. A representative in Grand Bassa today, Alfred Flomo, is a Pele man. But it's a representative in Grand Bassa. So Bassa people deserve that. What they don't deserve is that what should come to them should be mortgaged in the blind pursuit of power. That's what it is. So therefore, that put, by the way, as a matter of record, the port of Buchanan, in terms of depth and relevance, is more important than the port of Monrovia. If you properly use it, the port of Buchanan gave access to almost 50% of the goods and services. No, if you have a port of Buchanan, can't you serve the entire Southeast? Can't you serve the entire Central Liberia? The distance from Buchanan to Ganta, if you make a straight road, which I have traveled on, is even shorter than from Buchanan to Ramafi. You understand? So Buchanan is important, but I don't think that people should do. If this deal is good, let's hear from the experts. We have sons and daughters from Bassa that are managers and one of the most educated tribes in Liberia is the Bassa people. So what happened? Why can't they have a say in their own future? Why can't this is going to define what happens to Grand Bassa for a long time? People, if this is a good deal, let them put it to the public. Let's have public hearing. Let's get expert opinion. Let's project. Has anyone projected that this so-called thing yet? You know, sometimes the president himself is causing all this problem. He needs to cut it and just say, don't bring that thing back here. Carry back. When the president vetoes something, for you to send it back, and then now they are compromising government and make it to low that they are personal property. Something go to the maximum. I just saw the letter while we were talking. I just saw a letter signed by and that letter is incriminating. And I'm going to put that letter. I'm serious about that letter. The Senate Secretary and the chief clerk say that by mandate of the legislature in session, I want to see what the mandate was giving.
Wow. Honorable Pewee, the representative here, we got everything on the table. We got the SONA, we got the letter, we got a bill, we got everything. I mean, I'm glad that he took our offer to come on a short notice. Your question to the representative.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman. You see, I was looking at something also, and I was going to talk. I talked about that briefly because it was part of his critique, if you will. This issue about, I was saying, Madam Salif did 5.7% percent of our total rule, which translated into 745 kilometers. So we had the 3.4 that translated, and the total went to 1,119 kilometers of roads. And it took us to around almost 9% of paved road in our country. But yesterday's speech, Honorable Betty, the president said he took us now up to 20%, meaning 11% of the road. That would mean if what the president is saying is all facts, it will require his administration to have paved. For his administration to have paved.
Guys, please mute while we are talking. There you go. Thank you.
For his administration to have paved around 1,430 kilometers of road, and that is seemingly very impossible. I just try to bring your attention to that. If you guys would be calling, because the oversight aspect, your responsibility, you did for check and balance and the oversight. That's one of the issues I want to bring to your attention. And another thing the president stated in his legislative agenda, that he's going to be presenting to the legislature soon on an act, legislation to create the commission on planning and budgeting. And said that way, and you already know that we have currently, we repealed an act and in dissolving the Ministry of Planning and Economic Affairs, and then created the Ministry of Planning, the Finance and Development Planning, removing the Budget Bureau and putting that in the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. Now the president is saying it's going to be, you guys going to be sending an act for you guys to create a new commission on planning and budgeting. You don't see that as overlapping of that's going to have the potential of usurping the function of that of the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning? Because I just try to bring your attention to that. There are a lot of things we have been looking in the budget, but
the first one was, I forgot the first one.
The first one, basically, the president stated that in terms of
the rules.
The rules.
I think there were some things in the president, and I'm not trying to help him here. I think that there were some things in the president's statement. You could see that that was not the intention. It can be. Chief, if you say that the government has made more road than the road that was made in the last 18 years, because that's 18 years,
Yeah.
12 years of early and 6 years of real, and the government has done that in 2 years. Clearly, that's a mistake. We now need to go and see what they were trying to say, but you can't do that. Now, it could be that they were trying, they probably, based on the fact that they have signed contract for road, and then maybe they were trying to say what we have in plan will bring us to that level. I mean, but clearly, that plus the thing with the annual rise of flour being $35 and then end up with $35. I think these were gaps. I don't even see this to be like misinformation. I think it's probably a delivery issue, but definitely that 19% is unimaginable. You see, the problem that the United Party is suffering from is ego, arrogance, and delusion. Because when you make a mistake, when the head of state of the Republic of Liberia makes a mistake, correct it. Put us all pressure together and say these things that the president mentioned, this is why it meant. It will not be a problem. This country, there's a distraction. This country is a place of the people understand their leader, they listen to their leader. You just say it. It can only be a mistake, Sylvester. There's no way it can be true. It can only be a mistake.
But
on the issue of
real quick, honorability, all the roads you are building, and they claim it too is for them. It's part of their road network.
Yeah, even with all the road abilities, they can make the 18.
They can make it.
But
you're talking about Mr. Gayman talking about 1,430. That's the,
yeah, but they're not even talking about road. Talking about paved. They said paved.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Paved.
Can you imagine paved?
Yes.
The government has not. I don't even know. I don't even know if they have made 50-kilometer road.
No, not 50. No.
So for me, I see that on the issue of this one, trying to. I think. I mean, just as a student of economics, I think that the planning aspect of Ministry of Finance need to come back from there. You know, I personally believe that. But I'm not sure that's what the president wants to do. I would like to see the budget. I mean, I would like to see the bill, and then I'll respond to it. But we need somewhere. Sylvester, we don't have a statistic house in the country.
No.
All the things the president talking here, there should be a bureau that is responsible for that. There should be. We should know the statistics. Private companies should be reporting jobs. You understand? People should be, all we have gotten, the only progress we have gotten is that we have a good tax regime. And the LRA is doing very well in collecting tax. Nothing else.
Yeah, but
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Tomalin.
You're my concern. I will keep on saying it. We pointing out all these government failures, all what they are doing right now. But at the end of the day, 2029, we got people want to change. Now, I talked to somebody, one of the top leaders in the country. I don't know whether he opposition or he supported the government coming to power. But then he said, "Come on, I admire what Musa is doing, but I think he's going alone. Now, when it should be a united fight." Then I said, "But right now, I believe that." Everybody trying to build up before 2029. Because right now, there have been mistakes of the past. We saw happen in CPP. CPP, I've got a whole story. People were implanted in the CPU to destroy it, make sure that it does not work, it don't hold. And later on, during the runoff, people were confessing what the party had played to destroy the CPP. I was like, wow, politics is so nasty. But so with all what we have seen, you've been around. You supported UP before when Mansali was there. One point in time, you were doing the party's campaign chairman, and so forth. Then the Liberia Party and so forth. So the question now is that how do if UP is doing all these things, how do what is trying to get out? We'll get them out. Because are you guys talking in the background? Are you talking to Joshua? Are you talking to Cummings? Are you talking to Moniba? You talking to Simeon Fremont? You talking to Gongloe? Are you talking to people in the backgrounds to say, look, we're gonna keep on engaging so that when we come to that point, we decide what to do. Because all the work you're doing, putting into this thing, you alone won't be able to defeat them. You need collaboration. So at the end of the day, it will just be in vain. So people are saying they want an alternative, they want an option. So that was my question. How do you counter it?
So, Tomalin, you are a Christian. You go to church. I know that you are a faithful Christian. But I want you to keep faith with the Bible. I want you to believe that in the Bible, there's a story about Samson and Goliath. I want you to believe that. Few months ago in New York, there was a guy born in Uganda. His father named him after Kwame Nkrumah. He was an Indian father. He moved to New York. When he said, I want to run for the mayor of New York, he had less than 10% of the population behind him.
Ramadani, yes. Mm-hmm.
In 8 months, with all the billions of dollars, he overcame them, and today he's the mayor of New York. All I'm trying to tell you is that we're not going to bury our head in the sand to say we will win, no, we don't believe in that. But what we will not do is to walk in the shadow of anyone. Let all of the opposition leaders work like the way we're working and make their case to Liberian people. In 2 years, for me, 2 years is sufficient. After we made our case to Liberian people, let the opposition come together. The question that I would not settle for will not be about a celebrity. It will not be about tribe. It will not be about religion. It will not be about anything foreign to Liberia. So all of us, the good news is all those who want to be president in the opposition right now have extensive experience in Liberia. We all should agree at that time, somewhere in 2027, to say, among all the opposition leaders in Liberia, the Liberian people, that question should go to the Liberian people. Which one of them has made a good case to lead the opposition? Which one of them have shown leadership? Which one of them has clearly articulated their agenda for Liberia? Which one of them you think can face the Unity Party in a head-on battle and stand them? Tomalin, if that day, if that outcome comes and it says that that person is not Musability or is not a CMC, whoever that person is also.
Who determined that? You see, for instance, right?
I think he's saying the Liberian people.
Come in now.
There are several ways.
Will you guys do
there are several ways that we can do it.
Will you do a vote of?
We can do what the American people are doing.
The primary.
Open primary. The American people are doing open primary. Everybody can vote on registration. We can do open primary. We can do professional pools.
Yeah, or you can do a straw pooling.
We can find out that day, the day where people sit in the room and determine who should be on the ticket is long gone. That day does not exist in my agenda. I believe that you need to work to resonate with Liberian people.
Guys, let mute, please.
So,
people,
disability.
to make your case, and at the appropriate time, ask them, have I made a case for you?
Do you agree with people that say that, for instance, they say that, okay, I'll give you two instances. They said when it came to CDC time in 2017, it was easy. They said, look, we are coming to MPP, LPDP, and other parties coming together. Look, we're clear. President George Weah is the man who carries our standard bearer because he has been there. He has been going to the finals for the run-up a lot. So no argument about that, about who will become standard bearer. So we're taking him. Now, the issue will be who you choose to be is running mate. The CPP, I think, do you believe this makes sense, right? People said that it was clear that in the CPP, only Joe Burger has been the one who has been vice president. He couldn't be vice president anymore. He would just be president now. So it was a simple cut to just say, look, Joe Burger will be the president, and now you decide whether it will be Ure, Cummings, or Yombly to be the vice president. Do you believe that it would have been a simple case?
You mean looking back?
Yeah, looking back, yeah.
Yes, I believe that it would have been a simple case. And I believe that that was not the struggle in CPP. The struggle that we went through was that some people felt that vice presidency's choice was the battle. If we had reached ourselves to the point where we would say who's going to go with President Baka, the battle right there was who is that president. Some people felt that the Liberian people would say Alex Cummings. And because of that, they opened a war on him to try to destroy his character. They also realized that who is behind Alex Cummings? That was Musa Bilete. They opened a war on me to try to destroy my character. So I was never approached one day and by President Baka to say, Musa, can you talk to Alex to sit down to be my running mate? President Baka never made that request one day. And I pushed him to make that request. He was not willing to do that. And the reason why he was not willing to do that, because he already had people that were strongly supporting him and would have felt betrayed had he said, Cummings can be my vice president. And that's what destroys CPP. Today, I would never go in any collaboration that is not predetermined. Never. And where we are today, nobody wants to be vice president. I didn't come into this thing to be vice president. I came here because I feel that today, maybe there's a guy there that is still sitting in the house and he could be better than me. But I believe that what it takes to transform this country, all the people who have said that they want to be president, I think that none of them can do a better job than me. And I think that I deserve the opportunity to take my case to Liberian people for the next 2 years. And after the 2 years, I myself will ask the Liberian people, have I made sense to you? If the answer is yes, I'll be on the ticket. If they tell me, no, you haven't made sense to me, we need you to join with somebody, I will listen to that. But to sit here and let politicians sit down with their emboldened belief that they have the natural and inalienable right to lead this country and that I should come and coronate them, people must be dreaming. I'm not going to do that. We're going to fight to make a case with Liberian people. We're going to fight. I'm happy that we brought development. Even the government is following our development. I'm happy that as we critique the president, every other opposition follow us to critique the president. I'm happy that we have taken the lead. I'm happy that we are taking the lead in putting the government feet to fire. I'm on my way to Grand Jide in a couple of days. We'll be in Grand Jide. I'll be in Rivaji. We started our nation 101. We're moving around. We're carrying development. We're not carrying empty hand. We're not carrying Liberian that to devour our people. We're going to see in Grand Jide right there. There are roads that need to be fixed. We're going to make a commitment to them, and we'll go bring machine and fix the road. In River G, there are work to be done there. We're going to do that. We're going the other where my wife come from, in Sano. We're going to do that. We're going to wait. We will take our case to Liberian people, to the Western Cluster, to Lofa, and other places. And then after hard work, after making my case clear, after standing up on behalf of the opposition for 3 years, 2025, 2026, 2027, after standing up and keeping opposition alive, after talking to Liberian people, giving our economic, by the way, next week we are unveiling our economic plan, giving our economic plan to Liberian people, showing them development, building bridges, giving them lights across their villages and towns, building roads. I will go back and ask them, if they say everything that you have done, thank you, we don't want you out, we'll sit down.
Mr. Benedict, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Well, you know, for me, I'm in the education area, so I'm passionate about the whole issue of education in Liberia. I did a research recently, and it shows that per the 2022 census, children that are 15 years and below are about 1.7 million, that is school-age children. Of this number, over 500,000, specifically 550,000 are not in school. Now, of those that are in school, and the president alluded to, he didn't say how many people that he had, even though the government stated that they were taking children from out of the street, and the vast majority of these children that are in the street selling constitute some of the 550,000 that I'm talking about. Now, those that are in school, the government claimed, the president said that they have provided school feeding for 229,000, leaving out of the 1.2 million that are in school. They are only feeding, which is about 29%. Now, my question to you, and I don't want to preempt because I'm trying to preempt your plan for Liberia.
Yes.
What is your vision to improve education in our country?
Free. Absolutely free.
How are you going to do it?
Very good. In 2 years, the legislature has spent $75 million that they should not spend. The government itself has given away 149 million United States dollars in duty-free to the very people that are coming to expropriate our natural resources. That's $212 million. I'm not even talking about government waste or how you call this thing, coupon, everything, vehicle, everything. You know, one of the one of the things I learned when I'm fasting is that they call it abstinence. That's another way of fasting. Unless we learn to abstain, Liberia will never go anywhere. Unless Jerome Gayman, when he's called upon to come and become minister, we gave him a lesson plate. Mr. Gayman, your lesson plate at 10 or 11. You can find your own car and put it on it.
Come to work.
Come to work. By the way, Jackson, that's how it used to be.
Yep.
I'm telling you now, go ask the old people. If you cut all of this thing,
for wisdom abuse.
Yes. If you cut this thing down, and no government official will make more than 5,000. No cabinet minister will make more than 5,000. Government will return back to service. Take that waste, $200, $350 million. Put half in education, put 25% in healthcare, and put 25% in road construction. The rest, the country will grow by itself. The private sector is where growth can take place, not in government. The private sector is where growth can take place. So if Tomalin is a minister, he's making $5,000, he will have a scheme. We will establish a scheme with the local banks to say he can pay for Tomalin car, and then he will be paying you $150 every month for his own car. So he carry to the club, he carry to the farm. And then the next thing I'll do, I'll work from Monday to Thursday. And then I'll go to my farm. And every minister, everyone that received presidential appointment, you got to have a farm. We will stop the importation of rice in 2 years. And when the rice comes now, it will come at a very high cost. For me, if the rice royal will move me, then that's fine. But this crap of importing rice to feed ourselves when we can feed it here will stop instantaneously. We'll create a transition of 2 years, and within that 2 years, we invest nothing less than $300 million into agriculture, specifically rice, 50%, and the other crops, 50%. Sit down. I'm not saying this because I want to be president. It is doable. The waste. Look at the NPA. Look at FPRC. Let me give you FPRC. FPRC should be making 10-15 million United States dollars every year. If when I take over, in less than 6 months, I will privatize FPRC. I'll privatize LEC. None of these agencies have any reason to be operated by the government. You get LEC to a company just now and say, look, here is a ceiling. Don't charge my people more than this. And I still have 30% in the company. Go put $2-3 billion inside. Let me get current all over the country. Let the people pay. This is how the telecom industry was. It was the most terrible thing. 2 companies came and the whole thing became revolutionary. System became optimized because people had choice. In economics, when people have choice, service improves.
That is the key.
You understand? So we are not in a space where, bossman, the last 2 elections, none of the candidates ever stood in my Liberia to and say, here's my plan. And Liberia voted for them. We got to stop that. At least the man got to tell you what his plan. And for the CDC and for the United Party, They not only got to tell you what they're planning, they got to tell you what they did with the opportunity that they got in the past. I believe, one more point, we have 5.5 million people in Liberia. And based on the statistic you just read, at least 1 million or 1.5 million of them will still be underage by 29, which means we have 3.5 million people that 2 million of whom have no interest in going to register and vote. President Bouaka and former President Weah, they are 2 votes combined, about only 1.5 million in 2023. That means we still have 2 million people sitting down with no interest. That's our target. That's our target. That's our goal. So for ourselves, our hair are not buried in the sand. We see the people. We see the people who have not participated before in election. We see the people who don't care anymore because they've given up on government. And then these are the people that we're going for. We're not going for people who open their chest and say, my party is in my blood. No. We'll leave those people alone.
My party in my blood.
Yeah, we'll go to people who will say, I am not voting because I no longer trust government. And we'll beg these people to give us another chance. And we'll tell them, we don't come here to you to vote for us. We come here because we realize that we already studied in this your town. You got 10 problems here. But you know what? Before you give up power, we'll do 2 for you as a testament to what we can do. We will never ask people with empty hands. We'll do 1 for them and ask us to do and promise to do the rest. We'll not do politics as usual. So we have a plan for the country. And for somebody to come tell me now that, like what Tomalin is saying, I'm going to go sit down with people to discuss with them a possibility. What makes me different from these people then? Then the whole thing is about power then? Then we shouldn't be in CMC. Then we should take the resources we have and either carry the Unity Party or carry to or CDC and say, accept us, give us this, and we move. No, we have to do it differently. We see it differently. When it's in the favor of when the government does something right, we say it. In the State of the Nation, I said it was so badly written that they forgot the police. Do you know that with armed robbery has almost gone 0? That should have been highlighted as an achievement. And that it wasn't. Do you know that there have been reasonable gain on the fight against drugs? I'm saying that as an opposition, but it was not in the president's speech. How do you encourage the police to continue what they're doing? You understand what I'm saying? So these are the things. But rather you want to talk about the capital I'll say the president does not have control over the judiciary. How can the president be putting what the judiciary will do in his report are phone here that the president will prescribe the punishment for them? The law will prescribe the punishment for them. How can the president? He has done his part. How can he still be promising that the poor will be brought to justice? That's none of his business anymore. He's doing his part. According to him, he has charged people who he believes have done. The people they have not done it, the justice system will work. That's why they must stop manipulating it so that the case can be heard. So what I'm trying to say is that we have a plan for Liberia. We're not speaking because, and so Tomalin, I'm not prepared to surrender my vision for Liberia in the room. No. I agree with you. I agree with you.
I mean, I agree that.
I like that.
Make your case.
Yeah.
Like you do right now. Make your case, and I keep telling people. I tell you, I said there's something called the glass ceiling. If people can overlook it, all they want to do it, but if they're not careful, that's a glass ceiling may be broken.
You know why I'm not worried about tribalism? The play tribalism is supposed to hurt me. It did not hurt me. The player come from my tribe and the other two tribes were at all. You understand? It's how you call it? The man is telling me and tell you yes. There you go on my website. You will see everything I'm saying right now. CMCLRB.com. Please go there. CMCLRB.com.
Victor, respond to the man.
Yeah, CMCLRB.com. And when you find a website, please come back to us and acknowledge it. So at the end of the day, Tomalin, while I was talking, said the man took me off. He took me off.
Vat Dixon, my bastard brother from Orange Grove. You just heard what Musa said. CMC,
correct. Thank you very much. That's our website.
Go there, Vat, and check it out. Come back.
You go there about us, our vision. Go there, is there. And if you like it, you can also stay there and join.
Vat, we'll send you the link. You can go there and join and become CMC. Honorable Ability, we got some.
I got a quick question.
For you.
I got a quick question, Jerome.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Deeks.
So, representability. I'm just going to look at the whole grand political space in Liberia and compare with some of our neighboring countries. Like case in point, Sierra Leone, they went through civil crisis just like us. And when they ended the civil crisis, they started a new political dispensation. They went back to the same historic parties, the APC, the SLPP. Okay, but for some reason, us in Liberia, every time we get done with election and we come to a new season, we're always having these new political party coming to place. Don't get me wrong. We are a multi-party democracy.
Yeah.
We are a multi-party democracy. Everybody has a right to form a political party. But don't you think in the future we should find a way to coalesce to start building strong political institutions where driven around ideals where a cadre of people that are competent, you can walk in a political party, you can have 10 persons that can run for president in there anytime. You don't think we should be working towards something like that?
I agree with you 100%. Okay. I think the problem is we need to first change the law. The political parties are too personalized. We need to first change the law and then demystify the political party, broaden it, and then increase the what do we want to use? Enhance the precondition for being a party, and then maybe through that people can consolidate, and then appoint smaller parties. Just let me use myself as an example because I thought about that. I've always thought about that. That's why I was in the Liberty Party. That's why I became chairman of the Liberty Party. But after struggling for Liberty Party, after when Councillor Bronfin was leaving, and I joined the Liberty Party, and I brought everything to Liberty Party. I brought Liberty Party up and made them a contender. After Councillor Bronfin left us, Liberty Party was in crisis. I went there in the capacity that he left me in as chairman of the advisory council. I used that position to bring peace in the party. The moment I became party chairman, the sense of ownership came back. And I was harassed for 3 years. Even though legally I won a battle, but I did not win a psychological battle. I was seen as the guy who went and took the People Party from them. I remember I went to the funeral of the late representative from District 1 in Grambasa County. They heckled me.
About you.
Yes,
They
heckled me. They heckled me, and they set me up. When I went there, they brought you up. This was a funeral. Okay, and they had me there. Party row. You know, for me, that brought me to where I am today. And I say, let's see if people of like mind can come together. Tomorrow, if I found Liberty Party to want to collaborate with me, I'll be more than happy to do it. But your idea is the ultimate decision that we have to take as Liberians. And I'm in full support of it. But today you go to Unity Party, if Joseph Bagay say yes, nothing gonna happen. If you go to CDC, if John Williams say yes, nothing gonna happen. The same thing for every party. So let's make the law strengthen the hand of political party. Also, another thing, our digs, is that this idea where party make you representative and you get in the house there, you don't respect the party. So we need to make the law so that the party can have the right to extract you if you go outside of their realm and sign a commitment on that. CNC, that's what we're doing. We're going to make every candidate to sign, a commitment. So at the end of the day, what I'm saying, I agree with you, but I guess we don't understand democracies, the English democracy, where they are now. It took them 2,000 years to get there. The American democracy, you know the story. Since 1776, I believe. The Europeans, it's been there for 1,500. So we're evolving. What we want to do now is that we were almost there, where Liberians will begin to settle down for two parties. But the truth of the matter is that the two parties have begun to, draw a circle. So we're just saying deja vu. We want to create an alternative. Let it be a third option. Let Liberian people have a third option. And that's the kind of thing that we believe in. I honestly believe that we should not. It would be a tragedy. It would be unfortunate for 2029 to have only CDC and Unity Party. The Liberian people must be given the opportunity to make a third choice. And we're prepared to put a coalition of political parties together to create that third force.
So when you were running for representative, there were certain things that you were propagating. One of them was to revise the election laws, that when it comes to appointment of election commissioners, all stakeholders be involved in the appointment of election commissioner, than just where winners take all ruling party appoint all 5 people. When Madam Saliva there, she asked the opposition, send me a name, which wasn't required by law, but just out of courtesy. But right now we don't have that, so we're gonna have new election commissioner. It's at the mercy. If they appoint all 5 people, they're not breaking the law, because that's the law. But as part of our democratic dispensation, as we move forward, don't you think we need to revise the election law that we can have stakeholders from to be participant when it comes to selecting the commissioners?
Yes, we are actually submitting by March or April a proposition to revise several provisions of the new election law. Hopefully, there are, manners, all these, there are things they're doing. I think the lawmakers will see sense in that. So we're going to do that so that the election, the selection of, while the president will make the ultimate decision, the recommendation will come from second quarter. The election commission, about 2 months ago, set up this, they call it RCC, where the political party has a body that can interact on its behalf with the election commission. They told the parties to elect their leaders among themselves. It was easy. That same process should go to who becomes the political party, the opposition party's representation on the election commission. You understand what I'm saying? And then we should do the same thing for civil society. You understand? So that they too can have our representation there. You know, so in that way, we can even bring the interfaith council, and then they can have a representation, and this thing to be maybe on each slot 3 names, so that the president can have option. But this idea of the president electing or selecting members, I assure you, we have already started reviewing it. February is too early, but definitely 100% a revised election law, as promised, will be presented to the National Legislature in March, dealing with several things, including who the seat belongs to, and also the cost of independent registration is too high. It's too high. You got to bring 7,500 as a bond in your account. So that should go down. But if you choose not to go independent and go on a party ticket, you must live by the rule of the party, or they have the right to recall you.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the representative from District Number 7. If you are from Seleke, PA, you got your hero in the house. And what he has done in his district is being replicated around the nation from now to 2028. You will have something done in your district. I understand the Fofana, they are on deck. They are waiting for the yellow machine to come. And those from Grand Bassa County, my district number 2, they are looking forward to seeing Musa Ability in the district sooner than later. Honorable Ability, it's an honor to have you here. I know it's almost 1 o'clock in Liberia. My concern for you is that you deserve some rest all the time. You got to have at least 6 hours of sleep. The family members were telling me that you would be lucky if you get 3 hours sleep. That's bad. You know, a dead Musa is not good Musa. We want you to live long and healthy. We don't want you to be sleeping on the job like JMB. So we want you to tell us, you and I have to debrief before I ask any question on any of the shows. So until you and I can debrief, I can't ask you any question. I can't say anything. That's why I've been muted. But it's an honor to have you here on Mobility. Any parting comments for our folks? Oh, hold on. Somebody calling me from New Jersey. Hello?
Kehleboe.
You have a question for honorability? I know. Okay, hold on 1 minute, Chief. Hold on. Mr. Ability, before you go, this guy wanted to catch me before I let you go. Hold on 1 minute. Your name and where you calling from?
Thank you, my brother. This is Abraham Conan, man. Calling from New Jersey. Let me say thanks to you guys, man, for the show, and thanks to Mr. Ability for his, presence on the platform. I think I turned it early on an issue, and it was in the past, and I saw it on one of the platforms that somebody showed a kind of bulletin that there are bills or proposed bills contemplating on decentralizing some of those corporations in Liberia. So I just wanted to find it for him whether if it's anything that he knows about or how authentic it's such. And my concern here is that if all of these entities will eventually be drifting in our direction, I think it will be a problematic thing for the nation in its entirety. Because mind you, we are not a federal state. every state will start to demand resources that are in their country, in their county, for them to manage it at their own whims and caprice, and that will be a problem. Like for instance, like my county, Maggie County, why if we decide to decentralize the Bravo International Airport, that will have to control that too? You think it will be a good thing for the interest of the nation? So I just wanted to get from him whether he's in the know of anything as such.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
First of all, before I answer that question, I think we need to make it clear that whatever they want to do, we already have leges. Leges is established to deal with government statistics. If it is not functioning properly, they should just make it functional. And that should be able to collect all data that we need to be able to make this management decision as far as the government is concerned. Let me say that if this is coming from the government, then it means that now I'm convinced that the government is confused. How does water and sewer need decentralization? The name is not Monrovia Water and Sewer Corporation. The name is Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation. It is already decentralized. Just go and get the work done. Every one of these entities are for the Republic of Liberia. So if you dare say you want to do additional decentralization, for what? It doesn't make sense. If Mo Ali want to make pipeline water to come in Ghana, he has the statutory responsibility to do that. Nobody will stop him. What other pledge that just, you know, when they fail the way they have failed miserably on the state of the nation, then they're going around to tout all these literally nonsensical things that nobody understands. So there's no need for that. It is already all of the entities are already for the Republic of Liberia. On the issue of, I agree with you. We need to look at the Local Government Act. The Local Government Act is really confusing. It needs to be revised because it is almost like assuming as though it's like we are a federal state and we are a republic. Okay, so it needs to be fixed because, by the way, I'm going to go to court because the $200 million that Beta Steel gave, according to the Local Government Act, Niba County is going to get $120 million. But the Local Government Act says, as of 2025, any revenue generated in your county, 10% should stay with you. So that money they should pay it to Nima County. That's what the law says. But what he's saying is that if everybody start making that claim, nothing will be left to run the country. And that's what the Local Government Act. But it's been reviewed now. The committee has been set up already to review it. I will check up on the committee and see how far they go.
So I know you're about to go, but I saw you at the Martin Luther King program.
I got something quick. Tomalin, I beg you, let me say something quick. This Local Government Act and all this revenue sharing thing is going to cause a lot of problems for the country because there are some counties that don't have minerals or have some other things they provide to the country, like in terms of access. You know what I mean? So you got coastal county that don't have mines, but then people might transport the mineral to there. So why can we look at our PFM law and have a law that the proceeds from these natural resources or just proceeds from concession, whether it's natural resource, goes towards healthcare, education, and infrastructure? Then the people will see the benefit that's coming from these concession agreement. But you give the county 5%, 10%, then it won't go to the government. Then the government put in recurring expenditure. So then they put us on the map as a major iron ore producer, but it's not reflected in the country. So I think we need to look at our revenue law on how we manage the proceeds from these concessions.
I agree with you. I agree with you. And in that way, you can be intentional about education. You can be intentional about health. And you can be the road infrastructure. So where we got our natural resources being extracted, those money should be specifically used. Meaning, we should have targeted area in our economy where this money should be applied. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Great. Tomalin, real quick.
Yeah, I said the Martin Luther King dinner. I saw you with one of my favorite politicians in America, Governor Westmore. How was it like? How was the exchange, man? I saw you guys for having fun and so forth.
Yes.
He's a good guy. In fact, that guy's a future. I see he's a future president of America. I see one of those.
Yeah, actually, I'm on my way back to him.
Wow.
We are making our way through the Congressional Black Caucus. We CMC is trying to reconnect the African American community with Liberia. Liberia is their home. I don't know how after 177 years, no one has told them that.
Yeah, I saw your bill. You say you want to give them citizenship, right?
Yes. In March. At the end of the day, Liberia is home.
Hey. Close the daycare.
Is their ancestral home? Is their ancestral home where we should encourage them. And when I gave my speech, I told them, and after the program, so many judges, politicians, 2 senators, they all came to me and say, we want to come. So we're trying to create a big event in Monrovia. That's where hopefully, prayerfully, the governor and 3, 4, 5 senators and representatives will come, under the auspices of the CMC, so that we can be able to, they will be able to promote this bill so that we can pass it, give them the right to citizenship, and then give them right to investment, and give them incentive. These people have billions and billions of dollars in the bank that is not doing anything for them. And if they are here, American companies, the mistake we made, this is our easier route to American influence. This is our easier route. The Congressional Caucus, whether the Republican in power, whether the Democrat in power, they are still powerful. So if you have a relationship with them, you will make case for Liberia. So we are not going to be hiring lobbyists in Washington to make case for our country. We have our brothers. Whose great idea. We have our brothers and sisters whose great grandparents formed this country.
That's correct.
I'm so proud of, and yet we don't connect them. So I'm doing that. I'm very happy, and the reception is great because tonight I just spoke to a very, very prominent Black American leader tonight in my house, and we already play our next trip in March with Governor Moore and then a few other very prominent people. And the idea is we want to promote them, the Jewish people. The reason why Israel, nothing can happen to them is because they are so powerful in America. Take Liberia, tell your brothers and sisters, the African American community in Liberia, in America, you should be proud to welcome them in your country. So Liberia will be qualified. They make the law. They have the representative and senator. So that you got you got several countries that Liberia is even closer to America than. And those countries got so many privileges, trading privileges, visa privileges, residency privileges. We cannot solve that thing by being in a Liberian community by ourselves, 41. No. Let's go to our brothers. Let's join them. Let's do this. So that's our drive. Let's start around.
And that's what the Ghanaians are doing.
Thank you. Hey guys, Listen, we had a man here too long. Honorable, you need to rest. I know tomorrow.
Thank you.
Listen, I have to protect my interest. I have to protect my interest. My interest is honorability. Yes, go ahead, Victor.
Well, yeah, I know.
Oh, he worked 2 days. Who told you that?
Tuesday and Thursday.
Tuesday and Thursday. So
take it back.
All the travel he does, all the visit he does, does not work.
Take it back. Take it back.
Yeah, honorable ability. Welcome on set. It's good to see you again. You know, when this Jerome man was talking, I thought he was breaking news. I thought you were getting ready to announce that he's running Barca, and you're just trying to pull your leg. But it's good to have you. I know when you came on set, you talked about
the CMC were backing fully.
That's right.
I know
That's
that.
right. There you go. Gentlemen, Tomalin, you heard that? Yeah, go ahead, Nagbe.
And that's a commitment. No, I know we talk about Yellow Machine, and all of a sudden we hear all the furrow going on. So I'm a little bit kind of.
Which one? The one that reversing, that going back, or
the one that going back. So I'm a little bit reluctant, but let me ask you. I know you have a couple of things coming down the pike. I know the CMC is planning a Valentine's get together, and we're planning inaugurating 2 chapters on the horizon, one in West Africa.
Wow.
And one over here. And I know you are planning a trip in the Southeast. In fact, when we were in town, our advanced team went to look around. But as soon as we left town, the vice president in the Southeast, I was blown away by that. But again, I think, the vice president probably has a trip plan. But I just wanted you to talk to us a little bit on some of the things you have on the horizon before you leave. Again, thanks for coming. I know you came for only 15 minutes, but it's almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
That's right.
No. Thank you, SG. Look, there are a couple of things that we're working on right now. Like you said, in the U.S., I think according to the chair, USA chair, we have 2 chapters that we're going to inaugurate. I've said that every chapter inauguration, I'll be there.
What the USA chair now?
Victoria Sanduro Zulu from.
Man. Y'all gotta reach out. As guests, okay?
Very, very, very smart. Yes. So we're doing that.
Well, excuse me, Honorable. If that is the case, then you have to update your website.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you got Dr. Francine.
No. That website is a living website. Dr. Francine.
Yeah, but you got.
No, Dr. Francine is the head of Global.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
Thank you.
Our website, we can play with it's professional. That man who was talking about website, he saw it now. You need to come back here and say he saw it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Honorability.
But you got to make it more interactive.
Yeah, honorability. Real quick before you go. When I was down there, one of the things that I saw was that the government is trying to create avenue to employ her partisans. So they are creating all these agencies. This thing about breaking up these agencies into subgroups is nothing but creating job for their partisans. That is it, Mr. Honorability.
That's a fact. I mean, it's very sad. But I think that I would advise them to just be professional and go by the rules. I think that bill, the president is kind of probably caught between a rock and a hard places. I hope they'll find a compromise and let the country. It's not good like this. Honestly, not good like this. We need to deal with it. I would like to know how the bill came out for the authorization of plenary. So I want to see how that works. I got a couple of letters already, so And then Victor, we have road project in Grand Jide. We have road project in River G. I'm waiting to finish my law exam the first and second week of February, and I'll be going to China to do the inspection on the machine. But we got, I think, about 2 or 3 of our machines already that are in town. We got new roads that are starting in Nimba County next week. We got a bridge, the famous bridge in Bon County. The machines have arrived at the site now. Good. The F work is going to start on Friday, so we're gonna do that. We have a huge bridge. This year we're doing 2 very big, the larger than the ones that we made in Nimba, connecting Nimba County to Bon County in honor of Councilor Gongloe. We have completed the bridge in Nimba County District 5, which we are naming in honor of Senator Prince White Johnson. That bridge will be dedicated in March, Prince Johnson Memorial Bridge in his home district. And we're doing a very, very big bridge in Lofa County in Kwadubuni district. The people there are distressed, and we're going to take away those stress. Those are the highlights of our activity this year.
Since money low, your money low.
And the goal is we're going to electrify. We're going to electrify all the villages in at least 7 counties in the next 2 years. Just as we did in my district, we're going to spread that all over Nimba. We're going to do in Bon, Nagbe.
I think you're the biggest opposition party so far.
Tomalin, I got a very important breaking news.
And etc.
Great. Honorable Benedict, thank you very much for coming. We love you. We know that you don't shy away. I compare you to my boy Trump. You make your own news. You make your own news. You make your own news. You're not afraid of the press.
I have no intention to meddle into American politics.
Tomalin George, is he the Hillary Clinton son?
Mr. Dick said he has a breaking news.
What's the breaking news?
When Mr. Bede get over air. When Representative Bede get over air.
Okay, Honorable Benedict, thank you very much. We'll see you hopefully soon. Get some rest, and we'll be calling you back as soon as possible. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, gentlemen, we've been on for a little over 4 hours. Let's get down to the closing. Robert Garguah, your closing, please.
No, let's go to Siapa got breaking news. Listen to the man.
You just pulling Robert leg, man. You don't
Siapa you're running for president?
No, there's something scary happening just now. Representative Elon Umar was assaulted at a town hall meeting just now. If that person was armed with a knife or something, that person could have stabbed, but the person was like front row seat and stood there and charged her and sprayed some chemical on her just now. Yeah, it just came in the wire. It just came through the wire.
Oh, okay. Well,
she has to be careful.
That's America.
That's be very careful. But they put him in prison.
Yeah. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
Thank with you. Charge rhetorics, but welcome, Robert. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Jerome. Welcome back. We should be welcoming you back because you've been gone for a little while. And so welcome back. We miss you, man. Welcome back.
But you welcome, but I beat you to it. So what is that?
Yeah, it's busy. It's busy at my office today. So
it's all right. All right.
But I'll also say you have a able deputy in person of Sylvester Pewee. He's been holding.
Oh, come on! Down. Every one of us here, we are all equal deputies. There's no kind of stuff here. We all anybody can step in and do exactly what we do here. So we that's why when we're talking about building an institution, that's what it is. When you move one tire, you can always replace it, but it is never to bring the organization to a standstill. That's a good thing about TCA. So that says a lot about those that put this together. They put it together intentionally. So we're glad we're in Liberia enjoying the African Cup of Nations. We're watching you guys. We're doing a lot of stuff, watching you guys, watching the debate. So it was okay. It was beautiful. Only thing was we couldn't get on. Only one time when Victor and I had to drive. I mean, we're talking about, I didn't know Dopoh Road that far, especially from Mabampoem. I mean, it took us a while to get there. But other than that, it was okay.
And let's of us know we drove ourselves from 1 o'clock at 1 o'clock in the morning and went all the way from there to Mabampoem.
That's right.
So I want Sylvester to know that.
Yes, Robert, your take on the happenings in Liberia. I know you've been busy. We cover a lot in 4 hours here, especially the State of the Nation address, the figure, the dichotomy in thoughts, in thinking, in numbers, in statistics, in the presentation, and all of a sudden the cloud reloaded. For the first time, have been afraid to appear. Like Clarence Jackson said, the entire closing argument, they were nowhere to be found when an invitation was extended to the entire government. Nobody, zero. Actually, nobody showed up.
Nobody showed up where?
Okay, FM. Clarence Jackson.
Oh wow, that's shocking. I mean, why didn't they should have reached out to my brother George Lobo? I mean, he probably would have shown up because I would love to hear him defend the performance of this government. I'm sure he's not going to shy away from defending the performance of the government anyway. But you know,
I think the conversation we are keeping is beyond Lobo's pay grade.
You know, but you know, I mean, he was one of the voices of the then opposition Unity Party, and he executed whatever their strategy was, you know, very well, because they created a narrative, and of course CDC media arm, you know, did not could not you know, a lot of rebuttals and stuff that was needed didn't happen. But I think I have not had the opportunity to listen to Alice Cummings' rebuttal to response to the speech this summer. He did mention, though, I think I got a quote where he talked about if the economy is doing better, then Liberians should do better, and things like that. And I agree with them. But I would love to listen to the full response to see exactly what was said in detail and what recommendations or what, you know, Alice Cummings would do differently if given the opportunity. Same thing with CDC. I didn't listen to the speech, but I heard that the chairman said, come 2029, they will win the next election by a landslide. I thought that was you're shaking your head. I mean, but he sounded very confident. I thought it was a very bold, confident statement to make. You know, and whatnot. So I think it will be very interesting. But I'll take some time and listen to the speeches. I know we still have a lot to dissect in the president's Sonar's address, so I'm sure we will take additional time tomorrow. I'm not sure if we have a guest coming on tomorrow, but I'm sure we'll deep dive further to really, you know, talk about these things. But it's great to have you back, Mr. Gayman.
Thank you. Chief George, I think CFI is either digging a little deeper here, but it was a great day coming back and meeting all of our folks and friends. I've been reading the comments. It's all been fun. Honorable Nagbe, thank you very much. I mean, it looks like we are having fun, and we are back to help the crew. We get started early and do what we do best. I wanted to, after we leave from here, I would like to talk to you and Honorable Tomalin George behind closed doors so we can all be on the same page. If Robert can be there. Sometimes I want to discuss some stuff in our chat room, but then they look at the chat room. Everybody from everywhere is in there, so you know it's not anywhere we can discuss administrative stuff. But it's great being back. I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Let's go ahead and read all the statements. I'm going to print them out tomorrow. I'm going to have Myean have them ready for public consumption, so we can compare the rebuttals, the responses from CDC, from CMC, from ANC, and now that these three major political parties are up front, everybody else is.
Don't forget it. The LPP of Councillor Gongloe also delivered a rebuttal today.
But the part of the government had a part of the government and rebuttal.
Yeah, they did.
The party never give rebuttal. The part of the government.
Not yet, because
MP part of the government they get a rebuttal.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, but how to call it? Tomorrow we'll have the wife of Senator McGill, Vivian DJ Ines McGill.
Okay, great.
So
is she running for office, as far as you know, Chief?
Maybe she will tell us tomorrow.
Maybe she will tell tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, so is she discussing politics or is she discussing?
She's discussing politics, everything.
Okay.
Yeah. So tomorrow let's take her on.
It'll be interesting tomorrow. Yeah.
I'm gonna call Bishop Ines tonight so he can tune in.
But Sefa, you got any update for us?
No, I got no further update. I'm just following it right now.
So she was at a town hall event?
Yeah, she was at a town hall event. The person was on the second row, and she was talking about the HHS secretary, Homeland Security Secretary. The person just woke up, and I think they had like a BB gun, they kind of spray some chemical on her like that. So if that person was armed, it could have been a different story.
But I thought they don't search people when they go to this event, they don't search them. We enter.
Well, that's a constituent town hall meeting. You don't have security there. You can't speak to your constituent. Normally people will protest and what have you.
What happened to Gabby gave us? People have been taking precaution for that.
But you have to request it. You have to request it.
But with her, she's a high profile.
Tomalin, nothing in this country is automatic. You have to request it.
But you know that lady is high profile.
I understand you, but you have to request it to be provided.
But even if you request it, her your own personal things.
Yeah, up to her.
A black or white person attack her.
The person in the jacket, so I couldn't tell the person in the jacket.
We gotta also make sure that it's not staged.
Why would it be staged?
You and your Republicans.
These Republicans, man. I'm telling you.
Listen, it could be staged. We gotta that part of the investigation. Okay.
So Mr. Gayman, let me ask you. So Ellis Pretty, you think this killing was justified?
Yes.
They were justified.
Yes.
He wasn't killed. No, Tomalin, you've been nice. He wasn't killed. He was executed.
Exactly. That's what I said yesterday.
He was not. Listen.
He was executed.
If you go into a hostile environment with a gun.
What is hostile environment?
What is a hostile environment?
What is a hostile environment?
Yes.
So are you calling people
a security zone?
No, it's not a security zone.
No.
Listen. Jerome, I will let you talk. You got selective amnesia because I will share you the video of the current FBI chair was defending that kid in Kenosha, Wisconsin that was walking.
Ready House.
Radio House. Cash Patel was defending that kid walking over the rifle that shot two people. I have the video of him defending him. So Jerome, if you want to toe that line, that's a young man that was exercising a constitutional right and had a right to carry. That law was passed in the state of Minnesota by a Republican governor called Tim Pawlenty. He was licensed to carry it. So you tell me it's a crime to walk with a conceal and carry now?
No. He went to a protest.
No, he wasn't at a protest.
No, he wasn't at a protest.
Where was he?
He wasn't at a protest.
Where was he?
He was in a neighborhood.
What neighborhood?
He was in a neighborhood.
What neighborhood?
What neighborhood? Look on the record.
What neighborhood?
That was not. But what you go to a protest?
Robert.
They came into the community, but it's not a hostile environment though. They came into their community. That's his community.
Okay, and he came outside with a gun.
But he has the right to walk with a gun.
Okay, so he came out with a gun.
He has the right.
Loaded gun.
So he has the right.
Okay, there you go.
So does that justify executing him because he came out with a gun?
Listen, the folks are they are law enforcement officers.
They are not
supposed to kill.
They are carrying out their duties, and you are impeding them. You are hostile. That's what it is.
So Jerome, if somebody walk on you and ask you, say, show me your ID because your color and your accent, you will appreciate that?
I will. If the person is a law enforcement officer, they ask me.
No, you're not a law Customs and Border Patrol.
They are law enforcement officers.
They do not have the right to patrol the streets of the city.
They are law enforcement officers.
So why are they packing the bag going back?
Listen, when you read the act that created ICE, it said immigration custom enforcement. Anywhere there is immigration, they have the federal duty to enforce that law. If they have
a judge order,
CPB, Jerome, CPB, Customs and Border Patrol is different from ICE.
I said ICE is.
No, but I'm talking about Customs and Border Patrol, and ICE will not ask you for your identity.
They can ask you, read the act that created them and their scope. They have the right to ask you. How do they know whether you are a citizen or not?
The Fourth Amendment bar you from illegal search and seizure. So
that's correct.
No, you want to tell me that the ICE Act supersedes the Fourth Amendment?
The law says you have the right to remain silent when they ask you for your ID.
And that's what people are doing, and they're getting knocked down. Right, you get knocked down.
Listen,
you contradicting yourself. I'm not.
No, listen, you're not. Listen, you have the right to remain silent, and they have the right to arrest you.
But Mr. Gayman, Ellis Pretty now brandishes a weapon. He never brandishes a weapon.
They lie.
Then take it out.
Listen,
you want to agree that she lied? You want to agree that she lied?
Even the NRA said man had the right to have his gun on him.
He has the right to have his gun. That's correct.
Yeah, but did he pointed to anybody? Did he take care of it?
He pointed a gun.
Listen, the reason I'm saying you guys are listen. The reason you guys are not listening. The guys
are. The fact that they lie. You can't admit the whole fact that they lie. That they executed a man and they lie. You can't admit the fact.
If you have
arguing with you. It's not worth arguing with you, Jerome.
You have five officers. Someone shout and say he has a gun.
Who shot
the gun taken for him?
The first thing that comes to mind is self-protection.
No, after the gun was taken from him, they took the gun from him. There
were several officers.
Then you fired him 10 times, and you fired him 10 times.
Jerome, when you retrieve a gun, when you retrieve a firearm, I heard they use the word gun. When you retrieve a firearm from a person, you will say, firearm retrieve. Your agents, your fellow agent will know a retrieve. When you serving agent fully armed with taser on the man, and you cannot use a taser to subdue that man, that tell you that they were Keystone cops. And the fact that you cannot admit that they lie that he was not brandishing a weapon is mind-boggling. I'm out.
Listen, Dix, Tomalin, when I went to the shooting school with the law enforcement, you were never trained to shoot someone in the leg, and you were trained never to shoot for the person to survive. So when you shoot, you make sure you shoot to kill. That is the rule. That is the rule. This is why we tell our boys in this country, when you are pulled over by the law enforcer, whatever they say to you, do it and file your complaint later. You are arguing, you are risking your life. That's all I can say to anyone. If you join a group that is saying, we will be blowing whistle to alert the neighbors that ICE is in town, we'll be beating cops, we'll be doing this to delay that obstruction. And that shouldn't happen. But ladies and gentlemen, that was great. That's a taste of what we're going to talk about another day for another time. Thank you very much for tuning in, guys. Let's do this.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you. God bless.
Good night.
Thank you very much.
No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political men in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're a political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to countries, because many times you notice that.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got kept the road, small B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.